Right, so I've just decided what we're doing today, like in the last half hour, because I thought it was going to be one thing, and then the more I looked into how we were going to do that thing, I realized it's going to be a different thing. Specifically, the first thing on the agenda today is compiled sprites, because we need those probably before we do dirty rectangles, which is what I was going to look at. But with the current setup without compiled sprites, we would have to do a lot of recompositing, and it's just going to tank the performance horribly. So my feeling is a compiled sprite is probably better. Probably. Though having said all of that, I did try, I have distant memories of trying compiled sprites really early on in the Jam version of the game and finding that they didn't work that well, but I don't quite trust that memory. I suspect I probably just wrote bad code. And yeah, maybe when I'm looking at it again without the pressure of the Jam, I might do a bit better. So that's the plan anyway. Right then. Okay, so I suppose the first thing we want to talk about is when we load the sprites in, and then potentially, well, obviously rendering functions as well. Let's make a little list. Compile sprites. New render function. In now. I suppose it would probably, yeah, it would fit into anim image, because anim image just adds them to a list anyway. Yeah, okay. Might be side effects to that, but we'll find out. An image, and then we also want to be able to actually compile the sprites, which would happen at load time. So that's going to be an anim image as well. Might be. It just might be. Image. What do you do on an image? Show me some functions. Oh, they're over here. God, you can tell I've been using a different IDE the rest of the week. Okay, load we got there, and we got a draw there. Then that's just going to pass off to anim image anyway. I mean, what do I mean? It'll just be added to the list is what I meant. We load an anim image. The image is already expected to be loaded, but that's fine. Yeah, you don't exactly know anything about images, do you? But you're going to have to, because the compiled sprite would have to be, each frame would have to be compiled individually. There's no sense in compiling the whole image, because you're never going to want to draw the whole image. So I guess it would have to be up to anim image to do that, rather than rather than image data. Image. Him. Oh, it's an interesting point. These used to be called anim image masked. Did I rename it? Oh no, it is still called an anim image masked data, because it won't be masked if it's compiled. Will it? I don't know. Don't entirely know what I'm doing. But you know, that's what makes it fun. Okay. So what does the init do? Formation count hard-coded to 1. That seems a little odd. It's presumably, is that changeable? What is that about? No, it's not. What? Oh, no, that's wrong idea. That one. Anim storage. What you're calling anim storage there? Have I just found a big fat memory leak? Ah, it's a different function. That was clever of me, wasn't it? Okay, so that you're sure that that's calling that one? Let's just check that Codium wasn't lying to me. What are you taking as parameters? Sprite, frame width, frame height, image, flags, pool. Frame width, frame height, image, flags, pool. Okay. So what does the other one take? Sprite. Frame width, frame height, number of frames, image, flags, pool. Okay, well, it can't be calling that. It's kind of grisly. I don't like that it has the same name. Anyway, fine. Do we need this? It's always a good sign. Frame width, multiple of 4. Yeah, I think I might have been right when I wrote that. I don't think we do need that, the frame width, to be a power of 2. But fine, it doesn't break anything, so it's not like we're desperate for sprites that aren't a power of 2 right now. Fine. No transparency. That's actually, that might be useful here because we're potentially going to use that. Hello there, Cat Peasant. That's a terrifying introduction there. How are you doing today? That is such a cool little emoji, that. Cat scared. Good, hope you are too. I'm alright, yeah. A bit tired today, but generally fine. Just doing my usual thing of talking to myself while I try and work out what I'm doing. It's really the story of my life, talking to myself until I work out what I'm doing. Oh. So I'm looking into compiled sprites today. That's going to be today's thing, which is not something I've ever, well, I've never done successfully. I did briefly look into compiled sprites at the beginning of the jam, but I didn't really get anywhere with it, and so I gave up. But I'm going to give it another look now. But I'm just trying to figure out, first of all, where it would fit into the existing code base. Okay, so that's all. I'll go back. Go back. There we go. Anim storage, so that's just the structs for the animation frames. That's all fine. So we could sort of do it here. And we've got load flags, so we could just have a flag for compiled. That would save us from destroying the entire game at once. Let me flag come in. And image flags are read from the stream, of course they are. Okay, so what are they? No transparency in source image in VRAM, we don't need that. Well, flags is basically unused features. Cool. I'm going to add another one. Compiled. Is it really up to the source data to decide that? I mean, otherwise I don't know how we would pass it to the function. Because it's not really a property of the anim image, it's a property of the load. So it is reasonable to say when we call this function, we say, I'd like this one compiling. Whatever we do, it will be temporary anyway, because the idea would be that they're all compiled eventually. But at least for now. Do you know what? Based on that logic, I might do something very crummy and just put a bool on the end. Do you want it compiled or not? Because it's only going to be there until it works. Yeah, I've convinced myself. No, we can put it in the declaration. in the definition, I mean. Where is that function declaration? Hello. Boom. Boom. And false. So that should all rebuild. Low because work. Yes, fair enough, can build. Thank you for the look. That should build fine because I haven't changed anything. Don't famous last words. Have I changed the wrong function? I have changed the wrong function. It's a good start. Not you. I meant you. It also doesn't fit on one line. Nope. Wrong buttons on round. That's what I really meant. Tell us what you really mean. Alright, build a bit better. I'm gonna be right back. Interrupted by something. Okay, so that built, which it really ought to have done. Okay, next thing. Actually doing something with that flag. We should probably, because I feel like if we're going to do a compiled sprite, we won't need, well, we certainly aren't going to need a mask, are we? Not entirely sure how that's going to work, to be honest, but it feels weird, so I'm going to get rid of it. Meaning, oh, I've gone and made that constant. That's not going to work. Not more, John. Ig if compile. Flags or rules. Did I add a function for setting flags? I did not. I did for render flags, not anim image flags. Well. I cannot type today. Anim image flags. No transparency. I thought you'd be a prick about it. Right, new plan. You are equal to a friggin' unsigned version of that, or an unsigned version of that. All cast to an animated flames. Gross, but necessary. This is why I have functions for this sort of stuff. Okay. I should probably explain what I'm doing to myself. And then come down here and we say, what's compiled? Which compiled sprite? Wait, it's not really a sprite. It's an anim image. Even though I'm calling it a sprite. You're going to have stored all those things. Yes. Okay. We probably want parameters for that, but I don't know what they would be just yet. So we will go up here. Where is that? Ah, here we are. In anim, in a list anim. There we go. Image mass data. Okay. Paranoid compile. No, not the code. What do we actually want to do at this point? We want for each of each animation, to be fair. How would you phrase that? I'm going to have to do that horrible repeated acronym thing because I'm going to say RLE encode, even though technically it would be RL encode. RLE encode, that's it, really, isn't it? It's the RLE encode frame. Crikey. I mean, it didn't really need writing down. There's got to be other stuff that I need to do here, isn't there? I mean, that's basically it. Oh, yeah. I'll give it a go. I was expecting to see a for loop for anims. Anim storage, anim count, where's no, that's what I wanted. Okay. And then that in a bit later. Let's have that to begin with, and then let's have int a equals, no, let's not say that. Anim index equals 0 and index is less than sprite.mens. What was our indexes? There we go. Unsigned int frame index frame is less than, if you grabbed all of the animation. What? Oh, look at me shortening index sometimes, but not all the time. Frame is less than frames plus frames. plus plus frame, excuse me. Okay. And then the frame just contains source X, source Y, and then, okay. Can we? Okay. Frames, frame. That's literally all it is, source X, source. Okay. And then we've got frame width and frame height in, I believe. I could be wrong. Not I mean, that's right. There it is. Oh. All right. And we have a reference to the image inside the sprite, right? Right. What is that? Is that's got to be a point? It is. Okay, okay. So we need to calculate the offset into the image and the plane. Excuse me. Do I have a function that could do any of this for me? Probably not. We kind of do it when we do the compositing. Let's see what that does. Words. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Flipping. Deal with that later. Yeah, we're just digging straight in. Okay. Excuse me. Fine. That's not the right file. Oh, it was in the right file, just in the wrong place. Well, we could just do it the simple way, can't we? Because this is during load, so it doesn't really matter how slow it is. So I can write easier to write code for this. Okay, or it really doesn't need to be an unsigned int, but that's what I've gone for. Y equals 0, y is less than sprite frame height. Loose y. Do I mean that? No, I don't. I mean, source y. Beg your pardon. I mean, and frames frame source y. And the y should be less than that plus that. What a lot of words. Okay, plus y. Fine. And then much the same. X. Width. Okay. We've got a hex and a y. So we can calculate the word offset and the plane from that. So blend equals x3, x and 3. Not really. Then so word is. I always get this wrong. So let's look and see where else we've used. Hello. Lovely. Where am we? Wait. Wait. Hello. Sprite. No. Image data. Any do that. Plus x divided by 4. Probably right. Probably right. Oh, yeah. Is it worth... Yeah, okay. I'm going to do something slightly silly now. Yeah. That way round, or no, let's not do it that way round. Nonsense. I'm going to have to do it that way around. Yep, I'm going to have to do it the first way around. Right. Yes, log font space. Else log font an asterisk. And then at the end of the row, log font another line. I think that makes sense. Okay, and that's going to get called if we pass in compiled to anim image load. So let us find a victim. I don't think we can do it to the player because I think the player gets special loading, which are not really being animated exactly. But let's check. Init. Yeah, we do it ourselves. So that's not really what we want. I mean, I suppose any old enemy will do. Audrey. I'm wondering what this is going to screw up. I imagine it'll screw something up, but it's fine. Maybe in the interests of not screwing anything up too badly, let's ditch that for now. Because I'm not, given that we don't use that currently, I'm not 100% certain that it won't just end up crashing. So let's not try just yet. Oh, there we go. Right, where's DOSBox gone? Why it is there. What am I expecting to happen here? Just print a bunch of roughly sprite-shaped stars in a log. That's what I want. I want it to not screw anything up. Didn't screw anything up. Let's see what I put in the log. Oh, looks like there's still some guff in there. Although also, there ain't no stars. Interesting. What happened then? Did we... I haven't read the animations in yet. What a big yarn. What now? Okay. Right again. Okay. Try again. Log, 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 log. Probably still got guff in it. Oh, okay. That's a lot of nothing. That's an awful lot of nothing. Animation 5. Frame 29. These numbers sound mildly silly. Frame 29, the turret animation. Turret doesn't have that many frames. What have I done here? What have I done? What did you do? Doesn't look immediately silly. Am I misremembering how these things work? Turret? No, it's not called a turret. What's it called? Sentry. Sentry. Oh, I see. Right, yes, this is a frame list rather than a series of frames. Okay, so it is going to have a lot of frames then. But also that's a big space. Can you do that? I guess you can do that. Can I put spaces in my data files? Apparently I have and nothing crashed, so I'm going to guess that's fine. It's a bit concerning that I don't know, but I'm sure it's fine. I imagine we probably ignore new lines. Voilà. It's a lot of frames. But either way, they were legitimate, so I mean, maybe we start with that one. Zero frame zero, big loading out. Well, the addresses, well, I was going to say the addresses must be wrong, but you would think if I was just addressing random memory, I would get something that wasn't a zero at some point. Perhaps not. That is right, because then we're divided by 4. Well, I guess we'll add some more guff. What else have we got in here that we might... Maybe we don't want to use the sentry then, because it's got quite a lot of output. And also, I want to get rid of this. That's going to be in pickups, I assume. Yes. Shut up. And also, shut up. Will be fun. Okay, something other than a sentry then, because it's got a ton of animations, which is making this log somewhat difficult to read. Back to the seeing enemies. The seeing enemies. Get rid of that. What is smaller? Also. Salsa. 2 animations. One of them is 16 frames. I don't know, that's what that says. Sprites. Some pretty much spread. This is why I put comments in them. Number of animations is 2, and then we've got a type of animation and start frame. Oh, I see, which is 16 frames. Start frame 17, 7 frames. Okay, fine. I can cope with that. Let's do the saucer instead then. Saucer. What do I want? Because I assume this is still also just going to give us a big load of spaces. So what can we do ahead of time? Could also print out what addresses we're calculating here. That's probably sensible. Maybe not here though, because we're going to be printing out an awful lot. Let's do something like this up here. What? What? Actually, you don't know that. Yes, you do. Sorry, I'm being silly. Good. And that guy. Okay. Nope. Blam. Well, we got some stars, but no new lines, which is a little odd. Have I put the new line in the wrong place? Oh, no, I've just got extra guff. Okay. Oh, well. I mean, the offsets look fair, so okay, I must have done something else wrong then. That one's fine. Ditch both of those. Including that, the end of... Yeah, the end of the row. That's right. It's kind of weird. Hello. Copy pasta. That's not going to work now, is it? That's not going to work. Okay. Try that. Yep. Okay. That seems wrong. I'll be honest. That seems wrong. Let's restart that. What about there? There ain't no new lines happening there. Ah. No, but that's... I think it was the wrong kind of new line, but it's the same one I've been using, so that's not right. Oh, it's because you're never getting there, I guess. Frame source X plus sprite framework. For crying out loud. Everywhere it's copy pasta. Too many carbs. Other pasta jokes. I say that like there are many pasta jokes. Alright. That should give us a slightly more sensible result. Okay. That, I mean, it looks faintly like a slightly strangely shaped electric guitar, but it is, of course, the outline of a sprite. We can probably animate him if we scroll on the right-hand side. Maybe not. Actually, that's an interesting point. Okay, no, it is actually changing each frame. It's just that it doesn't change that much in terms of its silhouette. Okay, fine. So we're reading the pixel data from the right place, which is what all of that nonsense was about. So we can now get rid of all of that. And that, frankly. And all of that. And that. Dirty, dirty. So now we get to do some run length encoding. Why do I feel like... Oh, I suppose I've done the opposite, haven't I? Because I'm decoding PCX files. I was thinking this seemed familiar, like I'd written this code before, but no, I've done the inverse before. Okay, so I guess what we'll do, I mean, we're going to need structs, or, you know, arrays to put the data into. Oh. It's kind of image data, though, which I guess is one of the strange aspects of this being part of anim image. It does have image in the name, though, so maybe I'm allowed on that extreme technicality. Fine, let's just do that, which means frames are going to contain more than just a source X source array. Well, we sort of don't need source X source array if we're using compiled frames. But it would be per frame. Okay, fine. We'll just do this then. And what are you going to contain? It's just going to be an array of an unknown size. I suppose we've got a maximum. It's not going to be more than 1 byte per pixel. I guess we could just do that. Yeah, all right. I'm slightly... I don't know why I'm slightly itchy about putting it into anim frame. It just doesn't seem like the right place for it, but it is per frame rather than per animation, so E. E, spelled I-H-H. Jar. Oh, there you go. Compiled data might be better. day is it? It's going to have to be a pointer, isn't it? Because I'm going to have to tell it where it is. We don't do it. At least I don't. Can I not do that? Why are you not letting me do that? Or are you just being silly? I think you're just being silly. I'm going to ignore you for now. And so then when we do the get rid of everything. Oops. Sure, why not? And you can get rid of that one. No. When we do the load, which is right here. In fact, let's make that a bit shorter, can't we? Is that an enemy from? It's called. That one. Ka-chunk. 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 Okay. Right. Dot. Well, there's it. Equals. Now, how do I do allocation in my own engine? Because I can't remember. Storage. You're going to have the answer. You do. You don't have the pool. Should be called arena, not pool. Size off. And it's not an anim frame though, is it? It's an unsigned journal. So, and it is the size of an unsigned journal times. For now, we can say frame width times frame width. Frame width times. This is not a clever idea because it's going to need to be planar. Oh. So how are we going to do that? It would have to be run length encoded per plane, which I suppose is actually how the video codec works. It's not that strange. Okay. Bit weird, but fine. So in which case it can't be a single array, it's going to have to be 4 arrays, which we will allocate like storage. I'm looking in the wrong place. I'm thinking of image. Image. When we load you, allocate pixel data buffers. That's going to be it. Right. So there's just 4. Okay. Sounds good to me. So it's less than that. Pretty much what it's already doing. Not anymore, chum. And then, did we have a data length for frames? I don't imagine we do, because I don't think it will be that useful, except for this very specific thing. Aim. Frame width words. That's useful enough. Okay. So we can have frame with words times square frame, which would be the correct size. Debug name. Loaded image. It's not a very clear thing. Anyway, compiled. Like that's clearer. Yoink. Mm. What? Expected expression. Do you always complain about? Oh no, no, you don't, because they're. Oh, in fact, that's nonsense. Sorry, I need to just delete it. Okay, so that's going to allocate us some data. And then yeah, this loop no longer makes sense, does it? Because, as mentioned, this has to be done per plane. So actually, for all that I've deliberately made the loops simpler, in inverted commas, it actually makes things more complicated. Cool. Okay, so that a bit more readable. Da. Can I make that fit? No. I guess that'll do. It's kind of ugly, but it'll do. I'll put space in there as well now. New lines for everyone. Everyone gets a new line. It's like I'm doing a poor assignment. Just double spacing all the lines to make it look like I've written them. Right. And then this loop is going to completely change. And we're going to draw this. Yeah. Yeah, it is going to work like that. Okay, from signed int source data offset equals. Now then. We don't actually know. Offset. That's going to be some of this guff. Something very similar to it anyway. And in frame source y. And that's in frame source x. Okay. Could actually do it inside the same loop. I prefer it earlied out if it runs out in memory. It still can. Okay, fine. Fine. Biff. Offset. So I'm going to put that on the line again. Frame data length points. And then we can just ditch that. Well, We can take that, I suppose, and change it quite dramatically. I mean, does it even matter? Okay, fine. Data, and then, well, plane is plane, that's correct. And then you are source data offset. Okay. Oh, stretch. Okay, so now we actually need to do the run length encoding bit. So we're going to need some state. What is state? Let's start with the frame. Below that, above that, below that, above that. These are the important questions. Above. Okay. Doesn't matter, either one of them. Right, I know what I want to say. Excellent is not equal point run already. Then we've reached the end of a run, or we've found the beginning of another one. Here, run value is not equal to -1. Run. Either way, start a new one. Which would be current run or what's the value? Run length equals 1. Makes sense to me, I think. And then in run, I suppose essentially we're just writing it at that point, aren't we? Why are you being pissy? Set but not used. Oh, I suppose that's true. Well, I haven't used it yet. Give me a minute. Bloody compiler. So yeah, at this point we're going to want to write it to the data. So we also are going to want in here, new line that as well. So in this offset equals 0. Okay. My brain's just stopped working. That happens a lot. Brain.combine with lane. We should pull that out and get a reference. That might be a bit easier. Let's do that. Let's do that, eh? Let's do that. What even is that? It's an unsanctioned pointer. Yeah. Pointed to a reference to a pointer. Gonna fuck this up. Well, data equals that. Okay, no squigglies, so I'm going to assume that's right. Because that's bound to be fine. Right. Compiled data. What did I just call that value? Desktops. Now, how exactly do we want to do this? Well, we could just try the stupid version to begin with. Well, actually, let us look at some art. Let us look at some art. I don't know. Hang on. Let's find an appropriate sprite. like source cat. Oh, it's not on string. Where's a sprite? There it is. So there's a source cat. Now, if we have a look at an individual frame, well, I suppose there are actually, because I was just thinking then, maybe we only care about runs of transparency. Because I was thinking there probably aren't that many runs of colour in these sprites, but looking at that one, clearly this is mostly runs of colour. That's a big run of colour. There's more there, so it would be worthwhile. Like that whole thing is just full of runs of colour. Okay, I've convinced myself. Lunch! Meow. And saying the word meow caused Dora to meow in the background. What a world we live in. Back to the code. Okay, so yeah, we'll just encode everything and see what we end up with. So we're going to want to write a color and a length. Well, then, let's offset plus plus equals the color. Wrong color value. And then length. Bang. And then it's on you run. Okay. And what else have we forgotten? This is only if that's changed. What else are we going to want to look for? I'm ignoring rows. Yeah, we're going to have to break this up by row. We can't just encode the... Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Because we could encode the stride, or whatever it's called. I think stride's wrong, but I'm going to call it stride. We could encode the stride as a transparent run. If we start doing that though, I feel like the assumption that we can fit everything into a hard-coded maximum value is a little bit shakier. Yeah, we'll give it a go, and we'll put a safeguard in to alleviate my paranoia. See, your source data offset is always going to be valid. Dest offset might go beyond the bounds, though. Should really check at each increment, but I'm not going to. If dest offset is greater or equal than frame data length words, right! Exclamation mark. And then we will return. So at least it'll die immediately and not do something weird. What's up, gamers? Hello, Absolute Zero. Welcome in. Love the Dora VTuber. Oh, thanks very much. The real one's even cuter. She's going to get less cute very soon, though, because it's 11 AM, which is very much in Dora's view, lunchtime. So there will be shouting very soon. Anyway, thank you for redeeming the lovely Dora FMV there. She's even adorable in low res, low color FMV. Right. What am I doing? Okay, we put that check in. What else do we want to do? We want to... I feel like I'm missing half of this. Well, yeah, we're still going to want to do... We're going to want an artificial pixel run at the end of each row. And currently, we don't even know where the rows are, because that's just a block of data. So we'd have to check where source data offset is. Oh god, this is horrible. Why isn't everything in life extremely trivial? That's my question. Okay, fine. Do I actually just want to change this to loop by row? It probably would be simpler. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Take that back again. You two sort pointer offset. You shut up. Or maybe we could turn that into. No, we won't. All right. Carry on. Carry on. Okay. Let's do by row for int row equals 0. Row is less than height of the row. And then we can say do I want to just count up? Yeah. 0 based, and then we'll just add to both. This is horribly inefficient, but I don't care because it's loading code, so that's fine. Right. 1 true data offset is less than right, image data. That's not what I mean, is it? That's not what I mean. My brain hurts. Mainframe with words. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. What am I doing? That's not a for loop. Tremendous. We could just make that a for loop. Why don't we just make that a for loop? Okay, there we go. Bloody tooltips. Okay. So now that is going to go for the length of a row. So then we can just So we can do exactly what we were doing. Get rid of that crumbs. Put that over there. Shove that over there. Data offset, which we are incrementing. Yes, indeed. Okay. So this is still missing stuff, but it's fine. At the end of that for loop, we have reached the end of a row. So at this point, we should do something very similar to this. Thanks for that great bit of indenting there, VS Codium. I don't think it is quite stride, but I'm gonna keep calling it stride until somebody corrects me. And equals, I get off, equals 0. And that should be the size of now. This is kind of a bit grisly because it's going to be the size of the screen, which makes me a little bit uncomfortable because that means that you couldn't render this sprite on anything except a screen-sized buffer, which is fine. We never are going to do that. But it just seems a bit grisly. But then I think because it's called a compiled sprite, that does kind of imply it's like cooked data. It's like it's only going to work in this one particular situation. So it's fine. That's what I'm going to go with. I've convinced myself. So we have a size of the screen in words in video.h somewhere. I cannot remember what it's called. That's the one. That's the RAM width. That's fine. Oh, and it's layer dependent. That is also true. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So, video back. Minus sprite frame words. That makes sense, doesn't it? Got a run of nout for that many pixels. Excuse me, that many words, which are actually double words, but everybody calls them words. I try and gloss over this stuff. Fine. What else do we need in this loop? I feel like there's definitely something missing in this loop that I've been ignoring for the past 20 minutes. Reading a pixel. If it's not the current run, if there is a current run, end it. And we should probably do a bit of that as well down here. Right. And then we start a new run. Do you know what? That number that I've calculated for that is nonsense anyway. Because has my music stopped? No, it's just gone very quiet. Must be a very long intro. Skip. Here we go. Can't bear the silence. Right. Where are we? Yes, so what I've done is in calculating a maximum size for this data is I've just said the size of the raw pixel data. And that's not going to be enough because the run length encode, worst case scenario, is going to be twice that. Because every color will be will have a suffix saying 1 pixel long. So that should be times 2. That should. I mean, that's wasting quite a lot of memory. We could do this more sensibly. We could actually compile it twice, essentially. Or run length encoded twice. We could go through, we could work out how much data we need, allocate that data, and then do it all again. Which is fine, because this is all load time, so it doesn't matter that we'd be wasting money doing that. To do later. Okay, fine. Still feel like I'm missing something here. Oh, that's not going to work. Oh no, it is, because they're words. If it was pixels, it wouldn't fit. Because it's words, it will. Okay, good. Because these are only unsigned chars, so we couldn't have runs larger than 255. But we aren't going to have that. So that's fine. I think that's an interesting point as well. I was forgetting that when I was looking at a sprite a second ago. If we go back there. Because, of course, it's all well and good saying there are big long runs, but that's not actually what we'd be encoding. We would be encoding grid settings 4x4. We would be encoding like that pixel, then that pixel, then that pixel. Which you still get runs there, but not nearly as obvious. We get a lot of single pixels though, I think, now that it's broken up like that. Let's test it and see what happens. Okay. Now we don't have a renderer for this yet. Short of writing one, is there a way that we could just look at this data? We could just shove it out into the log. Going to be quite a lot of data, but it's fine. I mean, that's hopeful anyway, because it's going to crash. But we'll find out. This is in plane formats. Oh yes, because per plane. Yeah, this is going to be quite a lot of logging because it's going to do every frame. So let's not do that. Let's just say if it's frame 0, plane 0, print out. I can't see where that lines up. There it is. Oh, it's the same colour. I should have used that. Oh, who's texting me? Go away. It's not texting me, it's an energy supplier telling me about a gas bill. Bugger off. I don't want to know how much money you've charged me. It'll have been too much. Right. Okay. Yeah. Animal 0. Everything. Animal 0. Brain 0. It's not called anim, it's called anim index. Brain equals 0. Brain equals 0. Get rid of that bracket. Then int I equals 0 less than yes offset plus I log int. New line. Yeah, I suppose. I kind of want to print them out as pairs. So plus equals 2 then. Probably. Run of I think that will be readable. That'll be read. Now, which way round did I put these values? It's colour first, length second. Data, does that still exist at this point? It may not. No, I think it does. It does, okay. File data I pull 1 file data I. Those numbers are probably right. Let's find out. Oh, we need to pass the arena. Where do I even pull that from? 361. Why, right here. And I haven't made that arena any larger, so it won't have enough space in it. Completely. Where is the arena? Pool. Of course it's called pool. This will be the enemy pool, right? I think enemies have their own pool. They do not. So that'll be the gameplay state then. That makes more sense. Game state. Game state. Where's enter? Oh, I'm in the wrong file, that's why. Is it just game CPP? It is. Right. Probably not enter, it'll be some kind of init function. I could be wrong. Where do I set the bleeding size of this arena? Well, there it is. It's like the arbitrary number currently. We're going to make it more arbitrary. plus a bunch more shit. It's 32 pixels. What's 32 times 32? 124 times plenty times 2. Ooh. Ah, but no, we're not saving the money, the memory yet. I think I'm just going to add a large number to this and hope for the best. 300,000. That'll work. Probably be fine now. Probably be fine. Oh, hum, oh, hum, hum, hum. Oh, excuse me. Sleepy. Don't. Control reaches end of non-void function. Enemy Mitch 231. 231. Oh, it does, doesn't it? Tisk, tisk. Also, I never check in that return value. What am I having for lunch today? Chicken sandwich, you think? Uh-oh. I should not have said the words lunch and chicken in earshot of Dora. Not yet. No. Not lunchtime yet. So no. No, yes, I would collapse melodramatically too, but I'm sat in a chair. Right. What are we expecting to happen? Oh, it's going to print stuff in the log, isn't it? Let's just remind ourselves. Run of blah. Print me some stuff. Or crash, whichever. Oh, maybe it ran out of memory. Did it? It did. Oh, hang on. Have I done something silly there? Yeah, because there's a maximum amount, so I would have to add that to the Mega Arena as well. Mega Arena. I can't even remember where that is. I meant to hash. Whoops. Come. Mega Arena. It's in here somewhere. Allocate. Let's see if perhaps. Hello. Another 300k, please. Thank you. Now shut up. I overestimated how much memory it was going to need by a factor of 4 because I forgot that it was. Oh no, hang on, we still want all 4 planes though. Yeah, no, never mind. Let's just work it out later. It'll be fine. Okay. What does the log say now? Okay, I would quite like to check this actually. So a sprite and a sprite on stream. I can't do that because as soon as I click on Codium, it's going to set OBS back to that again. Okay. Well, we'll try. Let me move this over here and then bring a sprite back. A sprite is here. And then I've got to move this over here and not click on VS Codium. God, it's exciting. Right. So VS Codium, the log says we've got a run of 1 black pixel. I already have an issue with that, because I would say, unless these are... Yeah, those are all zeros, so that's a run of 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be a run of 4 black pixels. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, actually, I can't... Where does it tell me what colour everything is? Because these might be just... They might just look black, but not actually be zero. Do I really have to pick them out? Yeah, no, those are definitely all 0 value. Until there. So that already is wrong, because it should have been 2, 3, 4, by my estimation. Why is it not? Why is it not? And then I'm very confused. We've got a run of 1, 0, and then we've got a run of 1, 3. I don't think we have. That's 3. Can you... There's a thing to select everything of that colour, isn't there? Select a colour range, and the colour range should be that guy. Okay, it's that one. There's one of those. Yeah, these numbers are all just silly. That's my declaration on this. Okay. Back to the numbers. Once I've put the Ascodium back, there we go. Put this back over here. Shh, it's 11:30, it's not lunchtime yet. Stop griping. Okay. These numbers are wrong. Why? Why? Current value is -1, right? Initially? Yes. Let's print stuff out as we're going here. Oh, do you know what? It might be that loop, mightn't it? Because it's being pulled out in a slightly weird way. So, yeah, it might be more useful to do it here. Yeah, all right. Just print those values out directly. Bill. Okay, it's saying the same thing. One 0 and 1 3 and then another 0. That's not what I'm saying. A 0 and a 3 and another 0. That's a 0. That's also a 0. That's also a 0. The first 3 is there. Kind of strange. Am I reading the data from the wrong place? What does it say after that point? Code. 0, 3, 0, and then we come to the end of the line. That's interesting. Excuse me, that's what we come to the end of the line. And that one. So there are only two. What? Okay, I'm definitely working something out wrong here. Frame with words. There should be 8. Am I ever incrementing that outside the loop? Get over there. Nope. Right. I mean, there's definitely something wrong here, but oh, excuse me. Shush, Dora. It's not lunchtime. It's 25 to 12. You can wait, furry. I didn't think it was possible to do a grumpy yawn, but you did just manage. Right. That is more like what I was expecting. So, yeah, the run encoding is just nonsense. Run from 1 value 0. Am I never incrementing the run length? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, that'll be the thing that I said 3 times. I was sure I'd forgotten something in this loop. That's what I'd forgotten, but I couldn't work it out. Okay, fine. If there's nothing other than that, do all that. Otherwise, increase the length of the run. Silly person. Go. Who's that? A new follower notification, but I don't know who it is. That's quite interesting. Well, thank you for following, whoever that is. And they're so anonymous, I don't know who you are. But feel free to say hello if you'd like. What am I doing? I've just put that in. I need to rebuild it. I'm so easily distracted. Yeah, I'm going to keep printing out the pixel values. It's still useful. Dora, it's not lunchtime yet. It's 25 to 12. You've got to wait, haven't you? You little furry menace. I don't know if you can hear this in the background, but I'm getting screamed at quite a lot by a small pussycat. Again, do you know what? I saw the VU go up then, so I'm pretty sure you can hear it. Right. Let's run again. There we go. And then have a look in the old log. That's a bit more sensible. Run of 4 zeros. And then we run of 1, 3, which is that guy. We aren't ever recording that. Okay, so that value. So we should be saying with the fake one, we should be including any half-done transparent run, any incomplete transparent run as well. Otherwise, we'd have to write the run separately. Okay, so at this point, we want to say, oh, hello there, B. Welcome. You get a notification. Well, it's probably because I said something mean about Jeff Bezos again. To be fair, I say most days, so it'd be a bit odd that he just noticed today. What am I doing? I want to say if there is a current run, which there is going to be. So I guess we can just check the value. The current run value is equal 0. Okay. Unsigned int. I hate calling it fake because it's not really fake, but fake. I don't like the word transparent either, it's too long. Like transparent, also I can't spell it. Like transparent run length, end of row run length. I'm just going to call it that, that'll do. And that would, on a normal day, be this. Unless the current run value is 0, in which case backup would include the current run length. And then we would write that. Otherwise, don't do that to Codium. Not a JavaScript programmer. Otherwise, we're going to have to end the run at this point, which is going to look quite a lot like that. We'll even take the comment again. Run. Fine. Right? I think that's right. Go long or go home. Sure enough. Go home and feed Dora. That's what Dora thinks. Oh, how is it every mealtime of every day you look at me like I have never fed you in your whole life? You're a little monster, aren't you? Oh, life with cats, eh? Shush. Much screaming. Back to the log again now. So we got a run of 4 pixels of 0, which we've noticed. And then we've got a run of 1 pixel of 3. That's not correct. That hasn't added in the zeros. That's the one thing I was expecting that code. What is this code? Chopped liver? What's going on here? Which it is. Fine, more printing. Log thumped. Weird. You're not printing that out, actually. That's why we didn't get anything else in the log. It went through here. We didn't print out what it did. We should do that. Also, I'm going to want to put a guard on that print. It's not. Lunchtime. I'm going to get you that pussycat wristwatch so you can see what time it is. And it's just going to have not lunchtime written on it. It's not lunchtime. Goodness me. I shouldn't respond, really. I should just ignore you. I can't help it, though. You're such a daft little animal. Three value 0. You didn't add it to that then, did you? Why did you not add it to that? I must have written bad code here that I just can't see. Oh, for the love of... I'm printing out a hard-coded value. Ooh, it's been working for the past 10 minutes, but I'm printing out bullshit. Sure, Dora. I mean, unless you're shouting at the code, in which case, keep on shouting. You're quite right. Oh, it's getting cold in here. There we go. Okay. Logs again. That's a bit more sensible. Okay. It's always 155. It's not always 155. Okay, that's made me feel a bit better. All right. Let's just have a quick check here. 2-0. Run of 1-6. A lot of runs of 1. That's an interesting point, actually. It's not terrible. I mean, we clearly haven't gone beyond the bounds of the array, so I guess there's that. Okay, well, we allegedly have run length encoded data now. So that's neat, innit? We just need to draw it. We just need to draw it. And get rid of this because it doesn't do anything. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And this. My goodness, so much debug. So many bugs. In the words of a man I worked for some years ago, if he didn't write all these bugs in the first place, he wouldn't need to spend so much time debugging. He wasn't wrong. Okay. Writing the render is going to take a bit, though. It's going to take more than 15 minutes. And so, also because I'm getting shouted in the ear, I might just call it lunch. I think I'm going to call it lunch, and we'll be back in 15. No, there. Back again. Right then. What was I doing? Can anybody remember? I think I can. We were about to try drawing some compound sprites, which should be simple enough. Famous last words. I guess the main difference will be we're kind of ignoring transparency and the background. Or we're ignoring the background, so it's going to make things go weird. Sorry, what are you doing, Dora? Oh, okay. Dora's making weird noises under the table. All right. So we want to find. So the draw is just got added to the list. I don't care about any of this stuff. Not really. This is all to do with how, yeah, it's all to do with how the transparency currently works, which will change with compiled sprites. So, first thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to reinstate that flag change, which was somewhere. Load, where's load? There, it's a different colour, that's why I can't see it. Excuse me, sorry. Bring that back in again. Let's just see what that breaks, because I assume that's going to break something. I mean, ideally, it would just make the sprite opaque and not have any other side effect. But I'm willing to bet it's going to break something. Probably with a crash. Hello there, Whiskey. Come in. How are you doing today? Excuse me.
Soll ich sie allein lassen? Okay, they didn't like that.
That only turns it down for you. It's still really low down.
Why do all the scientists have pistols? Alright. We're doing it this way.
What game was that? I didn't recognise that one at all. I think that's where the background music was. Excuse me. Today, looking after my child who was off sick from nursery. Oh, that's a shame. I trust they're not just a cold or something. What am I about to do? Oh yeah, I was going to see if that breaks anything. Alas, it's not the quiet and still kind of sick. Oh dear. Okay, I mean, that's run. It hasn't crashed. Actually, you know what? I'm not drawing any, though, in this level. So, yeah. Well, I guess that's fine, though. It just shows that it doesn't actually break anything. I'm going to cough again. One moment. Nearly muted the wrong thing before coughing then. That would have been horrendous for everybody. Right. Okay, so I think that's probably fine. Now that we're saying that it's got no transparency when we ask to draw it. Yeah, well, this is a problem, isn't it? Because we're not going to ask to draw it because there isn't one in the level. So maybe we've proven now that encoding the sprite or compiling the sprite works, because I think it does. So based on that logic, we can switch this back from being the sourcer, because there aren't any sources in this level. being sentries, because there's a sentry right at the front. So now we should see some opaque sprites. That was Medal of Honor. Alright, assault. Oh, fair enough. It's a whole sort of class of FPS. The sort of the more, I don't know if realistic's the right word, but you know, the ones that are sort of real world, I guess. I don't generally play those ones, like the sort of war ones. They never quite appeal to me in the same way as silly sci-fi or even silly fantasy, for that matter. Silly, I think, is the operative word. Has to be silly. Right. Oh, except what was that one? What was that one called? The one that was based on the novel about the bunch of soldiers in, I think it was Africa in the novel. And their leader, their commander goes crackers. I can't remember the name of the book, which means I certainly can't remember the name of the game, but I played that. Good. That was worth having. Right, that's rebuilt. Let's run this. So do we get an opaque turret / sentry, or does it crash horribly? It crashes horribly. That's what I was waiting for. I'm going to cough again. Crikey. Can I reset DOSBox without having to reset OBS? Oh, that looks positive. Good. Right, so this doesn't work when we turn off transparency. What breaks? Is there anything in the log? There is just a crash. We might be able to do something with that. Show me that log. Simplify. Read background. Well, yeah, you don't need to read the background if you're not transparent. So, right, that's why it's crashing. It's trying to read it into a buffer that doesn't exist. I was just the right age to be indoctrinated into World War FPS games, being a tween teen in the period of time between the release of Saving Private Ryan, Band of Brothers, and all the Medal of Honor and World War II Call of Duty games. I've since learned what a good game is. Excuse me. I'm trying to think, like, the problem is I'm so unfamiliar with that whole subgenre. I couldn't even tell you, like, when the sort of when its heyday was. I feel like it's probably now, isn't it? Like with Call of Duty and whatnot, or maybe a few years ago. I know it certainly shifts copies, that one. But yeah, it's something that they were never really on my radar at all. So I don't really know. Anyway, right. So we're trying to read a background, even though this sprite isn't transparent. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Because when we come to draw, we're checking no transparency, and we're going, you're not getting any background buffers because you're not transparent. But then it looks like, well, that's ominous, isn't it? Okay. Excuse me again, sorry. Can I go through the render list? That's probably a more important to do. Don't bother compositing if the sprite is not transparent. More importantly, don't try compositing because you've got nothing to composite it onto. Curse me and my half-hearted to-dos. Perhaps we should to-do that then. It seems, why have I written that as a to-do instead of just checking it? I feel like I'm missing something. is it just because we've lost the flags by this point? Yes, you're an anim image flag, not a render item flag. Well, maybe you're going to have to be both. I think that's what that was about. I think that was a previous hack, was if that pointer was equal to that pointer, then we knew it was meant to be opaque. That does seem vaguely familiar. Okay. Well, we're not doing that anymore because it's horrible. I'm going to cough again. Is this a case of past Dev leaving you to work out the problem with unhelpful markup comment? It's always that case, Whiskey. Yes. It's literally what I spend half the day doing. Half the day is spent writing code, and the other half is writing to-dos, chuckling about what an idiot future me is. Which is why I curse past me. So we're just going to have to pass these flags through. Where are these flags being set? Oh, they're passed in here. Okay. So we're just going to need a transparent render flag and to OR it in here. That's all we need to do. That's all we need to do, he said, undoubtedly missing something important. I'm also going to call it opaque rather than no transparent, because that's a slightly odd double negative. Line up the one. If the sprite has no transparency, then the flags that have been passed in I don't think I can do this because, see, need to grab hold of render flags again. Yes, good. Functions. Set render flags. Set render flag, that's what I want. Excuse me again. Set render flag, render flags. And that render flag should be opaque. And that's going to be passed in there. Then, when we come to do the render list, we can say something very similar to that. If opaque is set, don't try to do any compositing, and we can take that out because we're doing that now. This is typical. To do, make this work. Thanks me. I sometimes wonder if past me hates future me more than future me hates past me. It's a philosophical question that I think many learned scholars have considered over the eons. A fellow binary literal enthusiast. Do you know what? I did not know you could do this in C++ until the last couple of months. I can't remember where I saw it, but probably on a Stack Overflow post or something where somebody had done it as an example, and I was like, well, you can't do that in C++. And then I thought, oh, can you? I mean, you can write hex literals and oct literals. Can you do binary literals in C++? I'd never known. 25 years more of writing C and C++, I did not know you could do that. Anyway, I know it now, and so I'm doing it. But it's a mix, of course, because I do it here, and then in other places, like I suspect anim image flags. Is that not up here? Yeah. And then in other places, I do it the other way with the shifting, because it's a toss-up for me about which one is easier to read. Because they're both slightly cross-eye inducing. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. I think they're quite a recent addition to say, that'll be why then, that's my excuse. That in my day, etc., etc. I'll take your word for it. What am I doing? That's a composite. We need to be in render list. We have decided not to read a background because we've got nowhere to put it because it's opaque. And then we're going to do some compositing. Again, not if we're opaque, we're not. Thanks, VS. I don't know why it's always wrong. Is that actually where it was? Okay, so it's just not trying. It's just copying it from where it was, which is kind of fair enough, I guess. And the composited items onto the screen. Yes, about that. And past me was oblivious of future me's existence. Yeah. I think if past me was aware of future me's existence, past me would have saved more money. I think he would have stopped spending all of that money on avocado toast and Starbucks coffee, and I'd have more money now. That, in case it wasn't obvious, was extreme sarcasm. Past me didn't spend that much money on avocado toast. So draw render item. I guess we're going to ignore clipped for now. Let's see what either of them do. Yeah, because our problem is that it stops being a problem if we do the hack. I didn't finish that thought, but it's fine. That's why we do that. So that we can use the same code path to just draw from the actual sprite data instead of the combined composited data. Okay. Right, and then I refactored it to put them into an image pair. I remember why this is to do. Okay, I forgive you, past me. This was not so crazy to do. What is this else? Stationery, that stuff's half written. I'm slightly surprised there's an else in there, but okay. Image pair. So, right, this is what's to do, is I'd have to make a new image pair rather than just setting the combined pointer. Because there are two. Where is... That's what I wanted. Render image. That's not that though, is it? VS Code. That's render item. Do you see how that one's called render item? And I'm asking for render image pair. Do you see? Yeah, good. Thanks for your help, mate. I'll find it myself. Shall I? Shall I find it myself? While I'm asking for it here, it's going to show me the same thing. Oh no, it's not. It's actually got it right there. Stupid bloody. Anyway, deep breaths. So it is. It's just two image data, but it's going to be a pointer. Yeah, this is why I left it as a to-do, because it's kind of horrible. Yeah, we can't do it that way. We can't do it the hack way, even though it would be nice and simple. Or it used to be nice and simple. That's precisely why it's marked as to-do, because it's no longer simple. Never mind your to-do. We shall not be to-doing that today. We shall instead be doing it in render list. If is render list. If that, then else that. If only we all had the skill of precognition I would have spent my university loan on a house in 2008 instead of using it to have a useless degree in a field that's being phased out by robots. Amen to that. Yes. Or indeed, if we'd had the skill of precognition in 2008, yeah, I think that's early enough. You could have just put all of that money into Apple shares, and then we'd all be squillionaires. But I think 2008 is early enough. Was the iPhone 2011? I genuinely can't remember at this point. Right. Do I want to do this here? I don't want to do this here, actually. I want to do it inside draw render item, which is why I feel a bit grisly about it. That's fine. It's fine. So we put it in there, and then we can do it right here. If you have set opaque, then you are in fact sprite image data. But that's going to be a pointer, right? Yes, so D thingamajig that, otherwise it's combined, which now doesn't fit on the screen. It upsets me more than it should. Ugh. And then also we want to do it in clipped. We can just replace that, I think, because it's identical. Be good. All right, so that then is going to, I've lost the function, draw render item. That is just going to draw that, which is fine. So we should be able to run this now, and we should just get opaque parts. Let's check that works. A squillion puns would be nice, wouldn't it? It would. Think of all the avocados and rent we could waste it on. Rent. Oh dear. I certainly wouldn't be wasting it on Starbucks coffee. What with my difficult relationship with caffeine. Speaking of a difficult relationship with caffeine, I think I'd quite like to make a cup of tea. Let's test this first. Well, it exploded, so that's good. What's your problem now? That's the thing with computers. They're always, everything has to add up. The logic has to be perfect. Why you just chill out? That's a dangerous viewpoint. That's bordering on, that's taking me down a path of advocating for LLMs. Right, log, I want the log. Show me the log. Image pair is null deliberately. Why are you upset about that? Why are you upset about that? Shut up, mate. That's just a stupid bit of code, I suppose. If image pair is null and is opaque. Constable is opaque equals bullshit. Lucky enough to have moved to the northeast in the 2010s, where houses still cost the same as ones in the rest of the country in the 90s. That is a very interesting statement, Whiskey. I was looking at houses in the northeast last week, because I don't know if anybody can tell from my accent. It's mostly difficult, I'm told by other people, but I am from the northeast originally, and for very similar reasons. I'm trying to buy a house at the moment, which I've been trying to do off and on for many years at this point. I can't even tell you how many years, but for very similar reasons. I ended up sort of going, well, maybe I could move to the northeast then, because I know it's cheap up there, because my dad is constantly complaining about how his house hasn't increased in value, which it has, but it's just, it's not the same as round these parts, Liverpool, and certainly not Manchester, where I used to live. And so, yeah, I had a look at some houses in the northeast, and I don't know, it's a tough one for me because it's sort of the problem is my family are from Durham, and Durham has gone politically insane. I think it's fair to say. And yeah, I'm reminded every time I go home now by the bleeding flags on the lampposts and all the other creepy bullshit that's going on up there. That it's just like, yeah, all of the things being equal, I would move back to the northeast, but that is quite off-putting. So I don't know. Just complaining now. I would definitely move to Newcastle, though. I'm a big fan of Newcastle. Always have been since I was a teenager. I really like Newcastle. But Newcastle has the problem that it's a city, and so as a result, you know, the costs are increased appropriately. I'm getting that sooner than later. They're filling every playing field and empty industrial lot with new build houses. Yeah, fair enough. My brother's in the UK, and I heard horror stories about buying property in the UK. Yeah, my horror story is I haven't managed to do it yet. But I have been trying for quite a long time. I mean, I think I part of the fun is the joy of Rightmove, of course, which is the great, central website that everybody uses for this stuff. Which I got an email from them yesterday morning saying we've found 3 properties that meet your criteria. And I had a look, and every single one of them was buy to let. And it's like, can I have a checkbox that says I intend to live in the house, so it doesn't work for me if someone is living in it after I've bought it? You would think that would be quite an important thing they would let you specify, but you can't. Anyway, I'm just ranting now. Furious. Anyway, what am I writing? If the image pairs null and not is opaque, which is slightly grisly double negative, but it's fine. And then you can go back on a single line, actually. Ooh. I want to dox myself, but I technically live in the wider county of Durham, and the flags and whatnot are annoying, but not as widespread as the news would have you think. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't really want to talk about it too much, but like, stuff to do. But there is always a difference between, there's a difference between the people and their government, isn't there? Fundamentally. But yeah, the problem is you can't help but be slightly suspicious of everybody you meet, Anyway, where I am, it's easier, and I'm basically going into my second place later this year. Oh, fair enough. Sounds good. What was I going to say earlier? Houses. Yeah, so I don't know what it's like where you are, a cat person, but I know somebody said to me, I forget where I even read it. I don't know if somebody said it to me or if I read it in the newspaper or something. But I remember somebody made a comment once that's always stuck with me that said that it was a feature unique to the UK housing market, was compared to the rest of Europe, was that we're obsessed with a number of bedrooms. So, like, if there's a decent sized bedroom, anybody in Britain will chop it in half and say, no, it's 2 tiny bedrooms. Because that's like one of the chief variables that determines the price of the house. And I hate that because I don't really get claustrophobic, that would be an exaggeration, but I don't like small rooms. That's definitely true. So, Brummy, I prefer to stay at home. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, you've never heard that? Okay. I think another part of it for me is I generally have to be in a very good frame of mind, like quite an armoured frame of mind, to deal with estate agents. Because my natural response to estate agents is to hurl abuse at them. So I have to be in a very good mood when I go and meet estate agents so that I can stay polite. Because I'm generally of the view that estate agents basically lie for a living. You can make that argument about any salesman, I suppose. But I think it's probably I think it's reading too many Rightmove listings that you sort of wish you'd printed out when you get to the house. You go like, look at this sentence and look at that house. Anyway, I'm definitely ranting now, and I need to write some code. Image is not opaque. Do we need to do the same thing for draw render item clipped? We presumably do. Oh, there isn't actually a check. Ugh, that was rubbish. Well, I suppose if we're going to put this check in one place, we should put it in the other place, shouldn't we? Should not we? Oh, hello. Just spell that all the way over there. Oh, render item clipped. And then copy the check, which is here. Zonk. I think we do. I'm fairly sure we've done that. I'm deleting it. There we go. That's how we deal with that to-do. I've done it. Not sure why that profession draws in a certain kind of person. Well, I have to remain calm here. So otherwise, this is going to be, like one of those. Well, not right wing because I'm not right wing, but like that's the first image that comes to mind. Is like one of those lunatic right wing podcasts where they're just foaming at the mouth into the microphone. But like, it's definitely a thing where sort of I've always got the impression with estate agents that they seem to subscribe to a particular belief that maybe is true of the larger population. I don't know, but it certainly isn't true of me, which is the belief that they just need to get you to the door and then you'll fall in love with the property. Then they can sell it to you. So it doesn't actually matter if on paper it doesn't match any of your requirements. They just need to get you through the front door and then they'll make the sale. And so that entitles them, in their view, to lie about everything to do with the property because it doesn't matter. Even if you think you don't want this property, you will when you get through the door. And it drives me spare because it means that all the Rightmove listings are wildly inaccurate. And one of the chief things there is the whole buy-to-let thing, which is, you can't filter on, which I always assume just because, like, this is now ranting about Rightmove rather than estate agents, but I'm just ranting now. Like, Rightmove, at least on paper, is not a complicated application. It's a database with a query filter on it. And so it would be really trivial for them to add, I would like to actually live in the house, tick. But that's not an option. And I always think when they've missed really simple things like that, it's going to be because they're under pressure from estate agents to not allow people to filter out these properties, based on the principle that people think they don't want that, but if we can get them to the door, we can convince them that they do want that. So don't let them filter this stuff out. Anyway, when I was looking at houses back in the day, I always asked them to stay at the door while I looked around with my wife. They always look really put out, but I think they have to do it if you ask. It was interesting. I mean, to be fair, like, I think in reality, most of the encounters I've had with estate agents, they generally, they might sort of follow you around a bit, but they don't, to be fair to them, the ones I've encountered don't actually do any sort of hard sell. They're not like trying to convince you as you walk around. And I guess that's a feature of the market, really. That whole cliche about, oh, these houses sell themselves sort of thing. Because that's something I'm seeing as well a great deal, is when I do very rarely find a house that I think, okay, that might possibly work. It always ends up in a bidding war within the first week, and then it goes for like 70 grand more than it was put on the market for. And it's just kind of silly. But It's not as bad now as it was a couple of years ago, but anyway, I'm just ranting. And I keep saying I'm just ranting, and then ranting more. Right. I've just put that check in. We don't care about that, so we can run this again. Can't we? No, because it did crash as well as outputting that. So where did it crash? An image arrays. That's reasonable. You can't erase an opaque sprite. I mean, you can. I'm sort of confusing the issue here. We'll just say you can't erase it. That's the easiest way to deal with this. And the erase happens immediately, doesn't it? So I'm going to cough 1 second. They must not get paid on commissions yet. I will confess I'm slightly enjoying all the news reports with wealthy boomers complaining they can't sell their homes, but refusing to lower the asking price. Anyway, code. Yes, so this is the rendering system you're working on. Yes, I am. I've been, for however many months, I've been off on a series of rabbit holes, all of which ultimately are for a silly reason, which is entirely about ego, which is it annoyed me that Jazz Jackrabbit runs much faster than Space Cats on a 386. And so I set about going, well, I can do that as well. And so, yeah, which has led me to hugely rewriting this, and then I've had to hugely rewrite that, and etc. etc. So today's shaved yak is compiled sprites, which requires me to do a couple of other things before we can draw them. So that's the plan today, anyway. Silly reasons are the best reasons. Well, you know, it is. I am sort of doing the project for fun, so that's kind of fun to me. It is slightly silly that I'm spending so long on it when, you know, I could be spending time on something actually commercial rather than a DOS game. But, you know, it's fun. So, and it's more fun than modern game development. So, yeah, there's that. Anyway, I think I'm just going to cheat and say if you ask to erase. I mean, I've sort of done something slightly silly there anyway, haven't I? Because I've said that I've said we're never going to erase opaque sprites, which is just not true. Does it matter? Does any of this matter? Not really, because I could just put another flag in for a compiled sprite. And we can ignore the transparent, no transparent flag. Yeah, let's do that. That'll be more sensible. Unlike the programmer of Jazz Jackrabbit, you don't have to pretend to be nice to Tim Sweeney. Now, but to be fair though, I don't know how much he did the programming, because that'll be what's his face that you're thinking of there. Oh God, I can't remember his name, which is probably for the best. Cliffy B, there he is. That's it. Yeah, Ian Bruget was the coder, who I think is generally sort of a smart guy. But you don't have to pretend to be nice to Tim Sweeney. I imagine back then, I feel like at that point Tim Sweeney was probably much nicer, or at least more fun to be around than he is now. I think it's one of the things that happens to you when you become a billionaire is by default you become a bit of a wanker. I don't think it's possible to have one without the other. Don't know about you, but the moment I decide this side project is commercializable, that's a good word, it pretty much obliterates any chance I have of finishing it. Yeah, I can sort of relate to that, definitely. Yeah. Right, and I've gone off and done a silly thing here, and we need to stop doing the silly thing. Because we don't need opaque sprites to work. We could just fuck them off for now. Okay, so when we load, we've got a big old bool coming in for compiled. It doesn't need to be a flag because the idea is everything will be compiled eventually. So this is a temporary hack, having the flag. So therefore, we can continue having a temporary hack flag. Me, that one. Oh, hang on, we do it when we call in a compiled anim image. So the very fact that we're calling that means it's compiled. So at this point, we can set bright. We don't have a flag for it yet, but we'll say compiled equals true. Plunk. Boom, compiled equals false. Go. There we go. Okay. So also that means, did we put it in here or in the load? We put it in the load. This guy. Yeah, we don't need to do that. We're just doing it just to stop the masks being generated. Maybe we'll just generate masks and not use them. That's how I'm feeling today. See if I care. Let's just throw masks to the wind. We never actually changed that other than that bit of code, do we? No. Because again, eventually, if everything's a compiled sprite, we won't need the masks anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's a real thing, isn't it? A medical thing. Having too much money breaks your brain. I think so, yeah. Fascinating watching pretty much all the successful and previously likable tech bros turn into absolute roasters. Yes, it's true. Who was I saying that to recently? I was making some comment to somebody recently about. Might have been Genesis. I can't remember. I was saying it to somebody recently about how. Oh yeah, about drawing a parallel between Australians and Scots, because what they have in common is a fantastic poetry with swearing. I wish I could swear as well as Scottish people can. I like the Scottish ability to use any noun as an insult. Like roaster. That's a good one. Anyway. Pellet? I've not heard that one before. I was going to suggest weapon. I quite like weapon. I don't know quite. It makes no sense that weapon is an insult, but it works fantastically. Anyway, pellet. uh, what am I doing? Oh, do you know what I'm going to do? Weapon is a local favourite. Yeah, jolly good. Right. About 20 minutes ago, I said I was going to make a cup of tea, so I'm going to make a cup of tea. Back in a minute. That's a personal favourite for me. I like all the ones where she looks ludicrous, and she does look ludicrous in one. Right, back to the code. Which one's the one on the couch? We'll have to wait and see if it comes up next time. Right, I have tea and a biscuit, more importantly. It's the only reason I drink the tea. To make the biscuit damp. That sounded more weird than I intended. Anyway, right. We passed the flag in, we've set that in there. So what we can do now then is we're going to allocate stuff. We aren't necessarily going to try using it till we get here. Doesn't even matter if we do read the background and do compositing, because we're not going to use any of that data anyway. So we don't need to change any of this. Oh, that's the stationary sprite thing. That never did work, which is why it's commented out. Then when it comes to doing the drawing, this is the point where things get more fun. Because now we can... no, we can't, because it's not in the render item. Balls! Right, the render item is going to need a flag, even though I just said we don't need one. Guess what, opaque render flag? We've decided we don't need you anymore. Actually, no, we still need that. Come on. O-B-O-O-O. There we go. Back. Oh, we need to actually set it, which is when we draw it. Do we? That's the wrong draw function. That doesn't affect things too much, but anyway, here, sprite dot compiled. One, set render flag again. Thanks. Render flags. Above. Do you want to sort that out? Okay, so now we've got a flag, so now we can, in the render list, where's the draw function gone? I'm looking at it. Well, you're boiled. Shepherd. Right, draw random item file. We can probably put that somewhere next to draw render item, can't we? We may as well. Copy and paste. It's not going to be a very similar function, but we can do some things similarly. File. We need lane. Don't massively care about that. It's not combined. I'll keep calling it combined. And that can be sprite image data. No, it's not image data. It is. Yes, so it's not even an image data. It's just 4 arrays. The other thing I've become faintly obsessed with when looking at houses is, like, you know, you do the whole thing of looking at Google Street View to try and see what the area is like, all that sort of stuff. And then what I end up doing, if I'm particularly interested in a house, I will end up doing the thing where you go back in time on Street View, and then you go, oh, the house looked quite a bit different a few years ago. Was it on the market then? And then you can find like the older listings of it on Rightmove, and you can sort of see the weird history. And yeah, there was a house in Middlesbrough essentially that I was looking at last week, as in not in person, but like I saw found on Rightmove. And it was an interesting house, but it was really weird because you could see on the photos that it was surrounded by just this big area of what could only be described as mud. And it sort of looked kind of like a forest fire had swept through and destroyed everything. And it was like, what on earth is going on there? Like, presumably they were intending to do something with it, but I ended up through Street View going back and seeing that prior to these people moving in, it had been this really lovely garden that the previous owners had made, where it was like this sort of little path going through and trees and little gazebo. It just looked really, really pretty. And these people had just bought the house and gone, right, that's going, obliterate. Presumably with the intention of building more house, which they never did. But yeah, I was kind of amazed by that because it was like thinking, well, prior to discovering that, I was kind of thinking, well, I would probably turn that into a garden. But now that I find out that it used to be one, it sort of feels like, well, I'm just undoing the thing that the previous owner shouldn't have done in the first place. And that just seems really silly by comparison. Anyway. And gravel or astroturf, yeah. That's a weird thing. I think is probably, I don't know if it's unique to me, but I find that quite depressing when you see certain listings, and they're normally quite expensive because they'll be quite modern houses. They not even necessarily new builds, but newish builds, and the inside will have quite a nice kitchen. It'll all be very clean, all this very good. And then you look in the back garden, and the back garden is a rectangle of grass, all of precisely the same length and nothing else. And I just sort of go, that just, I don't know why that depresses me, but it does. People plan on renting, yeah. Gardens need maintenance. Yes, that's one of those euphemisms I was on about earlier with estate agents, with where they say low maintenance garden, which means it's gravel. But yeah. I've only really worked this out after years of looking. I've only worked out because of that house in Middlesbrough, and a house years ago that I very narrowly avoided buying. And that house, I say it was a good thing that I didn't buy that one. I referred to that house affectionately as the Swamp House, for reasons you can probably work out. And all of my friends thought I was insane for wanting to live there. And it only really was driven home to me that I was being mad when I sent a link to it to the mortgage advisor, and he emailed me back saying, "Oh, you've sent me the wrong link." I was like, "No, that's the house." And he was like, "No, this must be the wrong link because nobody would want a mortgage for this house." I was like, "Oh, okay." Anyway, but what I've realised is, weirdly enough, a garden is almost more important to me than the house is. Um, I don't know quite why that is, yeah, weird. I'm going to eat some biscuit now. Maybe I should just live in a tent. Maybe that's the solution to that problem. There we go. Right. So, we got all the sprite. We know where we're putting it. We're working out what plane that means. Well, I suppose actually, now I come to think about it, the only bit that changes is really that. So actually, these could well be the same function. Eh, I'll keep them separate for now. I don't care about. Source offset, we don't care about that either, because we've got per frame data now. So you can forget that bit. Oh, well, there's stuff happening. I only have a little wall yard with some tubs and more pots for herbs, flowers, and a little front garden just from plants, really. We've got an allotment, which is a short walk down the road, which is massive. Oh, that's cool. Guy mentioned before, he did all my Streamline console UI designs, basically rage quit professional life, and now lives in a yurt on a commune. Yeah, it seems like only, I don't know, 5 years ago, certainly 10, I would have thought how ludicrous. Now, I'm not going to go and give everything up to live in a yurt on a commune, but I can at least see his point. You know, I sort of get why he did that. Okay. Fine. I could afford it. I'd just move to the country and open a cat sanctuary. Fuck yeah. I mean, that's literally the dream. Yeah. I had this conversation with a friend of mine recently, not the cat sanctuary part, but because he's in the process of, I don't know, this, it was sort of complicated with him, but like he ended up buying a house in the suburbs with an ex-girlfriend. It all sort of went kind of horribly wrong on that front, but he ended up staying in this house in the suburbs that they bought because she wanted it rather than he did. And he's always complained for years about how he hates the house, he hates living in the middle of nowhere, and all this sort of stuff. And he's desperate to move into an apartment in the city centre. In Manchester, this happens to be. And we were talking about this the other week, about how like our views are exactly the opposite. About how he's desperate to be, you know, in the heart of the action. And I'm like, all of the things being equal, I would live on a hill in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, that would be my ideal. You know, there are certain practical implications, but in theory, that would be my ideal. Now, several friends who worked in tech and design who live on narrowboats. Seems to be a thing. I mean, the one I always remember was I think it was the very first time the what's that games industry association called? Is it the IGDA, International Game Developer Association? That sounds right. They did like I think they do this every few years now, but it was the first time they did it. They did like a global survey of people who working in the games industry and people who'd left games. And one of the slightly peculiar correlations they found was there was a more than random number of ex-game developers left the industry to become chefs. And so that has always been, since I read that, that has always been my go-to line when I'm particularly irritated. Like, fuck this, I'm going to become a chef. Which is particularly funny because I'm terrible at cooking, but that's not the point. It's a fair point, Beam. Yeah. I mean, I think I like to believe that it's just it's a result of too many programming books likening a program to a recipe. I think that's what that is. You know, I can do recipes. They're just like programming. You just follow the steps. I want to be a CPU. But yes, working in a kitchen with you know, what's his name? The angry meme man and former rugby player, I think. Ramsay, Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, working in a kitchen with Gordon Ramsay. That doesn't sound like fun. Become a chef for a shelter on one of the armed forces. Limited menu, no complaints. Oh, well, I'll call 10. Look at in.
What am I thinking?
So
right
we
now?
should have a bunch of ex-software developer architects. Yeah, that's true. Microforum again. Which one's that?
Well, I think this is a good game
The Something Planet.
that I do not need to be playing. So I won't.
It's gone. By the time I work out how to get OBS to zoom in, it's gone. Oh. I knew a guy who did his 4-year degree to be a computer scientist and then became a chef. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the inverse of that. I remember how did we know him? Oh, he was my housemate's boyfriend. I remember. He'd got a medical degree, and he was in the process of doing whatever it is that you do after a medical degree. So, like, into his 5th year of it. And then he decided he couldn't be bothered with that anymore, and he became an IT admin. Oh, well, or something. More specifically, Gorg. Gorg. Fair enough. Not sure how well he did as an admin at IT, sysadmin, that's the phrase I'm looking for. I'm not sure how well he did as a sysadmin. I remember one of the first things he did upon declaring, because it was as straightforward as he was studying to be a doctor, and then one day he went, I'm not doing that anymore, I'm going to get into computers, knowing zero about them at that point. And I remember one of the first things he did was he didn't like how the files were laid out in the Windows folder, so he moved them all, rearranged them, reorganized everything in the Windows folder. It didn't boot after that point. But I assume a valuable lesson was learned. And perhaps we're safer with him as a sysadmin than as a doctor. Maybe that's the lesson there. Right. I still haven't. Oh, that's such a good biscuit. Right, anyway, so we need to do something about this lot. We need a replacement function here. I'm going to cough again. I think that was straightforward doctor. I mean, at that point, I suppose, I don't know exactly how it works with medics, but I believe, do you become a surgeon later? Like, do you sort of start specializing after X number of years? I don't know. But yeah, at that point, it was just sort of doctor in inverted commas. So I'm not sure quite where that goes. It's going to be 8 for now, so maybe we only care about this one. But then if it's a template function anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be a template function because it's going to be governed entirely by the encoded data. So actually this whole if can go. Well, okay. Boink. Yeah, don't be a video function because video doesn't know nothing about compiled sprites. Oh, actually, because this is an explicit compiled sprite drawing function, we should probably just put it here. Get rid of that completely. Okay. So we sort of just want to say, well, we want to set the plane, the right plane. Let's write this down. Set right plane. That's it, innit? That's it for now, anyway. Okay. Now, I have to remind myself how this plane offset shenanigans works, because this is all a bit peculiar. Pass the plane offset through there. Do we also pass the plane? We do. So do we then use both of those? Because I can't remember. Scroll. God damn invisible scroll bars. Grumpy. Tell me about that. Select it from plane and wrap. Well, okay. I guess we do that then. It's a little bit magical, but it's fine. It's all fine. Oh, and then we advance the byte that we're writing to, or the word rather. That would be screen offset words, which is const. Okay, fine. Excuse me? Oh, never actually using it. Yeah, that's fine. Did I check? Yes, that's just going to be in render list where we do the actual setting of the plane. Yes, okay. And then that's whatever plane we pass in. Arit. Draw render item compiled. Let us set a jobby. Actually, why am I doing that there? It's literally just looking at the code that is already doing that for me. I'm overthinking this. Render on the screen, render. Then draw render item compiled. Yes, fine. Didn't need to do that. Okay, good. We've already set that. Right, so that's the plane in terms of which index we want to use, which array we want to use. Okay, so sprite hello. Where did I put the compiled data? It's in the anim. Okay. Oh, it's in render item. I remember. Yes, there we go. So, anim frame it was called. Frame equals sprite dot anim frames anim dot from. I think that's it. And you're an anim brain, right? You are not. Oh, hang on. You're not, but that guy is. It's anim frame. Okay. Got the anim frame, and then inside anim frame we've got some compiled data. If we do a reference to plane, has the music stopped, or is it just quiet? It's just quiet. Oh, there's chat happening again. It's very impressive how you can keep track of how all your functions are connected once the code base has grown to this size. I can't. I just pretend and mostly scream internally. I'd ask if IntelliSense has driven you insane by auto-completing with every single variable function, no matter how much you tried to hide it, but you probably turned it off immediately. It just doesn't work, primarily, Corten. I think I was saying this to Beam the other week, but that's why I switched to VS Codium, was because I wanted slightly more intelligence in the, well, any code completion at all would be nice, or symbol lookup would be nice. And when I first got VS Codium set up, it worked perfectly for about an hour. And then it started going, no, I don't know where that symbol is. And now it's completely random. I mean, earlier on in the stream, I think just before you got here, I was asking to look up a symbol and it was showing me a different symbol. So it's just, in that sense, it's very similar to classic Visual Studios in IntelliSense, which is, it just doesn't really work, which is a shame. But, because that's the sort of the industry standard as set by Microsoft, the fact that it doesn't work doesn't disappoint me that much. But I'd kill for some sort of encapsulation. Yeah, VS Code gets senile. Bless it. I mean, it should be slightly wrong. I was anticipating that there would be some issues because this is, GCC type C++, and it's very old GCC. And I'm using PlangD as the language server, so they're going to disagree about what does and doesn't constitute an error or a warning. But that was fine. I could accept that. But yeah, it's much worse than that. It just doesn't understand half the code half the time. Oh well, never mind. Right, we need to iterate across this and follow its instructions. How exciting. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Okay. So we actually need to know how long the array is. And I don't believe we've noted that down anywhere. So that's quite an important thing. This ain't Python. We can't ask the array how long it is. Not in it, I mean load. Unit compiled an image. Oh, we've got I think that's what yeah, I remember. I had a loop at the end, but I bet the loop only went up to desktop set. But we aren't actually ever storing desktop set anyway, which we should be doing. Compiled date, there it is, and bring compiled data. Complied. Oh. My goodness. Yes, then store that value when we get to the end of this. Where even is the end of this? Here. There's one. Do we still have the correct? We don't. That's offset is there. Oh, it's inside the folder. Yeah, that's fine. That's. Do you want to do me a solid? There we go. That's what I wanted. Come all the way down there. Compiled data. Can I use that? And I'm throwing compiled data. And I'm throwing compiled data length. Plain. Yes, equal just offset. Lovely. Back to draw. Right. Let's grab that actually. Could be constantly. Source data. That's an imaginative name. Equals that. What don't you like? Oh, naff off. That is a stupid error. I really hate that error. That is not a valid error, GCC. Probably is, but I don't like it. It's an int now. Now get out of my face. Source 0 source offset is less than and frame compiled date length int plain. Be complain. Right, in fact, actually, we don't want to do that. We want to say plus equals 2, because these values make sense in pairs. And once more, I have forgotten what order they're in. Is it run length, then colour, or colour, then run length? Let me see if I'd had the good sense to actually store them as pairs, rather than as a flat array of characters. It would have made this easier, but there we go. Right, it is colour first, then length. That is the wrong button. Comes from swapping IDEs too often. Right. What did I just say? Colour then length. I think I did. Oh, words again, words again. There are some things I have to go into to fix, like making IntelliSense understand what has actually been defined, which it currently does not. That's interesting, because that's one of the few things that I tend to find is more reliable, is that's kind of easier, because it doesn't require you to do actual language analysis. It just requires you to understand preprocessor macros. Anyway, because like Xcode, I remember doing iPhone stuff on Xcode, and that would get all of the symbols wrong, and everything would be wrong, but it would be able to go, this block is grayed out because it's if-defed out. Well done, Xcode. Have a biscuit. Ask the allocator how long it is, and then ask the segfault how long it is. Yes. How much shorter should I have made that jump for you not to have crashed? I resort to destroying length with almost every array, not just chars, which in a way is giving up. And just being able to do dot size to get the length, living the dream. Real-time decompression. Yes, indeed. Just haven't configured it properly for DG, really. Yeah, fair enough. I've written that down like that, and I just don't know that I believe it. I'm going to check that again. Color length. It is color. Color length. Okay, good, good. Oh, right. So we want to say, well, we'll pull them both up. No, it's exactly the opposite way around. Color equals and frame compiled data int. I have to write that every time. Problem is, it's passed in as a char. I hate that I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do this. Const int plain get off my no plain int. I hate that. No, I'm going to call it P. Fuck it. It's going to be called P, and it's all the compiler's fault. P. P. Probably going to do that with a pointer later on, but for now, much the same. Length. Source offset +1. Oh, DOSDev is another name. The only one that actually works in somewhat not insane ways, programming like it's 1996. Dev made like 4 different GitHubs for basically the same thing in varying levels of brokenness. It's the GitHub version of keeping all the code but commenting it out. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, one moment, back in a second. Right. Where are we? Pro Megas 1996 is also unsurprisingly broken. When I try to make a release build in VS Code, literally everything breaks forever. I had to reclone the GitHub every single time I make a release build. Oh, crikey. Rendered like it's 1996, but absolutely nobody rendered like he does in 1996. It's the main reason my game was plagued with performance problems. Ah, fair enough. Oh, well. Where was I? Oh, we just read those out. I remember. What am I doing? Color, run length. So draw that many pixels, or copy that many pixels. We have got a screen offset words already. So we're just going to write it to. Gosh, it's so long since I did raw pixel writes. I can't actually remember what we call the video buffer. Oh, do we call it video get buffer, I think? Get buffer? Yes. Yes. Words. Yeah, okay. So dist equals that plus that. For loop. Doing a mem copy seems a bit much. Mem copy would end up making a for loop anyway. Would be shorter if I just did a mem copy. Mem copy it is. To dist from frame dot control data. Yeah, so why did I? What am I doing? No, not going to be a mem copy. Is this going to be a mem set? Oh, good lord. Which order do these go in? Right, good, fine. And it should be color, and it should be run length. But unless it's 0. Ha ha ha. If. This way around. But no. Dist. Oh, I'm not advancing it down there either. Dist plus equals run length in either case, in fact. Yeah. Doesn't matter what color it is. That was mad. Okay, good. What I actually mean is if color is not equal to 0, then draw it. Look at that. And then either way, just plus equals run length. Looks about right, I think. What is happening here? Oh, hello. Oh, we don't actually need it. Never mind then. Never mind then. Get rid of that. Hello. Oh, we did need it because we needed it for that. What a play. That's what we wanted. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we are actually calling that, aren't we? We are, as long as the sprite isn't clipped. Yeah, clipping's going to be interesting. Deal with that later. Okay, so in theory, we should be able to run this and get a slightly weird looking turret, sentry, whatever. Well, once we fix the inevitable compile errors. Thanks for I got many FP, which is very, very slow. I'll just be over here trying to figure out how to render sprites to 32 by 32 tiles without branches while minimizing memory. Sure, I'll load and save it. Michael Abrash has a solution in some long-forgotten Dr. Dobbs article. True. If you want to do it without branches, then compositing is the way forward. That's what Space Cats still does, though I'm looking at changing it right now. But yeah, that's where you read the background in, and then if you've got a mask of the sprite already, then you can just and those together in one big long for loop, and then you can draw the composited version. The all and then all. I think that sounds about right. Yeah. Okay, that is apparently done. Oh, excuse me, Osprey yawn. Ugh, blimey, that was elaborate. Right, what are we expecting? We've got a turret right next to the player when we start. It is probably going to draw a whole bunch of animation frames on top of each other. That's fine. What's not fine is if it's not recognisably a turret, because that means I've got maths wrong. Or a crash. There is no visible turret at all. That's quite intriguing. Why has it done that? Does it think it's clipped? What about the one up here? Ignore that. I can't see that one either. What about the two over here? I can't see them either. Well, it's not rendering a thing, so that's not great. I am loading it as compiled, aren't I? I haven't switched that off. Sentry. True. So that should be compiled. Let's see what this is. Oh, that's pointed. Well, made a point of him. Don't be like that. See if that prints out at all. Harley is more efficient. Winoa. It was pouring down and really cold earlier, so I put the heating on. And now the flat's warmed up and now the sun's come out. So now it's really hot in here. I'm never happy. Or it is, though. Conked out on the sofa. It's ideal temperature for her. Right, what does this do? Does it print anything in the log? That's what we want to know. Talk to me of logs. It doesn't print anything in the log. I guess that's good. Why is it not printing anything in the log at all? Is it not calling this function at all? Are we not setting that flag? No, I don't think that is the reason. Sprite compiled, set compiled into flags, flags get set there. All right, more logging. That's not what I meant. I meant that. String? I think it did that automatically then. Till you get to do the transparencies, and then you need either 2 renderers or a super rendering. Tea's going cold. Tepid tea. Grizzly. It thinks it's drawing. I beg to differ. So unless that value is 0. Certainly possible. It's not getting reset by that point. No. It's reset there, but those are not zeros. Must be missing something very obvious here. Oh, didn't need to dereference that again. Yeah. It's always 0. That would imply, if we're getting into this loop, that would have to always be 0 for that to know a printout. Seems more likely that it's not getting into the loop, but that value is correct. There's nowhere else we could early out. Oh, excuse me. Well, now, that's an unexpected result. Why do you think this sprite is entirely transparent? Windows Update. It said there were no updates, and in the background it downloaded the Patch Tuesday update. Seems fair. I saw the other day that Age of Empires 2 is being ported to the Mac, or it has been ported. It's being released at the end of this month. So I was like, I can't remember the last time I was pleased to hear something from Microsoft. It's got to be multiple decades at this point. Don't know what the Mac equivalent would be. Fairly similar. The Mac's much better at just refusing to allow you to say no with updates. It's always fun if you're doing development on the Mac, because yeah, if once the OS updates, then the SDKs all have to update as well. So yeah, quite often I will run Unreal and it will just go, no, not today, not until you've re-downloaded many, many gigabytes and recompiled the entire engine. So that's your morning gone. Thanks, Apple. Anyway. Well, yeah, everybody went on for years about how great Age of Empires 2 is, and I did buy it ages ago. But because it was on Windows, first world problems, it required me to turn the PC on, which is, it's just that tiny little extra bit of effort. It requires me to sit here rather than sit on the sofa with the laptop. So I was like, yeah, I enjoyed what I played of it, but who can be bothered? So yeah, good to hear they're actually porting it to the Mac. It wouldn't surprise me at all if their port of a game from the late 90s runs horribly on a modern Mac, but we'll see. How are these all zeros? Because we verified when we wrote this function that the data that it's writing into that array is correct. So that would rather strongly imply that it's this code that's wrong. New plan. Throw all that away. Paranoia, paranoia. Oh, 1 second. Sorry about that. To go and open all the blinds. The sun's come out now, so Dora has immediately gone to sun herself on the windowsill, which requires that I open all the blinds so that she doesn't stick her head and paws through them and smash them to bits. Right. Look. Those are definitely zeros. What is going on here? How is this data full of zeros? Okay, fine. Let's go back to where we create the data. Excuse me, data in the first place. And let's uncomment all of this crap again, shall we? Well, I think it's fair to say that I've broken that function. It was working earlier. It must have been when I finished this little bit at the end. I must have just wrecked it somehow. Hang on a minute. Right, so the pixel values are correct. Have I got these the wrong way around again? No, that's just the way I'm printing them. Okay, fine. But that's saying the run length is always 0. We don't need to, never mind. No, there's an issue here, which wouldn't explain this behavior exactly, but there is an issue, which is this artificial transparent run. We're accounting for the fact that the end of the row might have a bunch of transparent pixels, so we're adding that in. But what if the beginning of the next row is also transparent, which it almost certainly will be? We should be accounting for that here, because if we don't, when we come back up again, we're not going to notice. We're not going to account for that run. That's peeling. Well, it's not the best solution, but it's the quickest one. If we say, after all of that, that run length, hello, run and current window are both reset again. We should really include the beginning of the next row into this stride. But that would be more fiddly to work out. So we'll just do that now. Does that solve the problem? I don't really feel like that's going to solve this problem there. Oh. Uh-oh. Zero based. Uh-oh. Look. Still doing the same thing. What the heck is going on here? So that's saying the frame is entirely empty. Yeah, 32. How have you done that? How have you come to this conclusion when it was working earlier? Image data. How could you just have blank image data? Sanity check. Are there? Where's a sprite gone? I can't find a sprite. There it is. It's not on the stream. Also, that's the wrong sprite anyway. Sentry. Yeah. Okay, let's put a sprite on the stream now. No frames in that animation are completely blank. So where is it reading 32 completely blank rows? Because it's not reading them from this bloody image. I must have, when I was writing the stuff about transparency, I must have done something there that's had a side effect. What have I done? I can't have done, because all of that stuff is in the render. This is way before the renderer. This is during load. What's happening there? After we've loaded all the animations, and we can't even come into this function until we've loaded the image. So that's all correct. But somehow
You mean the latest masterpiece of fantasy
Hello
storytelling
again, Zach. What are
from
we doing?
Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty? Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic, stunning high-resolution 3D landscapes, sophisticated score and musical effects, not to mention the detailed animation and special effects. Elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects, and magic spells. Beat the rush, go out and buy Loom today.
It's like Brian Moriarty was in the room. He's amazing. Hey, Sprite, have they still updated the Mac version? I hope so. Anybody seen any of Brian Moriarty's GDC talks? They're worth looking up if you're remotely interested. Brian Moriarty, in case people don't know, being the guy that made Loom. But I think Brian Moriarty's kind of wonderful. A really interesting chap. And I think one of the earliest talks he did at the Game Developers Conference was he spent 55 minutes of an hour-long talk talking about the conspiracy theory that Paul McCartney was replaced in the 1970s, I think it was. And then he spent 5 minutes right at the end tying that to game design. I enjoyed that one. Anyway, he knows how to spin a yarn, that guy. What I was up to. Had I rebuilt this? I can't remember. Going to assume not. May have just rebuilt it. Can't say how. I'm using Death Builder Base Sprite because I enjoy suffering and pain. A-Sprite compilations, lovers and spades. Aww, that's fun. Didn't even know Skier was a thing. Nothing about A-Sprite screams, I need Skier. What a program. That sort of sounds part of the cost to me, really, with most open source software. Because it reminds me of, you know, when I was a big Linux fan, when I was at uni, in the days before we could, before we really had internet at home in our student homes, that was the whole process. Would be we would go off to it was always the geography department for us because they were the only department that had zip drives, and so we'd go to the geography department, download whatever package we needed, get it onto the zip drive, bring it home. Then you would try and build it, and it would go, no, you're missing this, and you're missing this, and you're missing this. And you would write those things down on a bit of paper, and then you would go back to the geography department the following day, download all of those zips, and then you'd go and do it again. And eventually, after a week or two, you'd have a working piece of software. Bless. Ski is a fancy lad Google UI kit. Yeah, fair enough. I can't remember if I just ran that or not. I'm so easily distracted. Right, there we go. And then go back to the log again. We are looking for frame source. It is not saying anything about frame source. Yes, it is. It's there. Okay, that's fine. That's correct. 000. So it's looking in the right place, in data that should be correct, and it's writing bullshit. We're going to have to uncomment even more guff then, aren't we? And just fill the log with spume. Foolishly, Miss Spume returned to her typing. I mean, sure, why not? In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's have as much log output as we can. I wouldn't be surprised if they're only using here just for splines. Perhaps they use Skier because Skier uses something else, which uses something else, which uses, was it left pad? I think it was left pad. Turned out to be like the central pillar of all Node projects. It was some years ago now, wasn't it? It was left pad, wasn't it, B? Not right pad. I'm remembering that rightly. Not that it matters at all, but... I mean, it's quite adamant those pixels are all zeros. It's reading a big blank image. Where's it getting this image from? It must be reading it from the composite image rather than the sprite image. Because that's the nearest blank image it's got. But it's reading it from there. That's a pointer. It could be redirected. Am I redirecting it somewhere? But we only start doing that kind of friggery when we do the drawing, and we don't even do it anymore. So, if it's broken, it should already be broken by this point. This is completely baffling me. There's something peculiar about the way this is loaded that I'm not accounting for. Sentry image. Sentry image is the one we've just loaded from Sentry PCX, which we just looked at in a sprite. It ain't got any blank frames. So how, by the time we get here, are you finding blank frames in that image? This is insane. Are you screwing it up somewhere? We haven't changed any of this code. We are creating a mask from it, but we're not changing the image data. We don't need to create a mask from it, but we are. But it should be harmless. Okay, tell you what we can do. We can turn off compiled sprites. I mean, all the other sprites are rendering, so it's not something fundamental in the sprite rendering. But just for sanity's sake. Because if we get turrets now and they look fine, then there is something in that compiled sprite initialization code that is obliterating the image pointer or pointing it at the wrong image somehow. Ugh. This is either going to be a stupid bit of code that I've left in by accident, or it's going to be some sort of buffer overrun nightmare. It may be both. That's my prediction right now. We got a turret. It's fine. Sharp. Okay, put that back in again then. Hello. True. Sanity check here. True is compiled. What happens if we set compiled? Nothing yet. There we go. We just call that function. So nothing else affects it. Set the flag. Anything from animal down won't affect it because the image pointer is inside this guy. I mean, that's const, so it's not like we're going to accidentally right backfire a pointer or a reference there. Unless... Nope, size is trying to length words. We believe we're checking against the size of that. That gets reset to 0, right? Yes, it does. Actually, yeah, it can't be any of this because that's wrong from the outset. Unless that's correct at the beginning and then, yeah, one of these is actually pointing at the very same data somehow. In which case, yeah, we could be overwriting it. And then we'd notice later. We could print out some pointers, I guess. It's starting to get a bit desperate, but... Nothing wrong with that. Up to 4 seems reasonable. That's less than round length word, so that should be fine. Weird. Now, watch chat. It was left pad. They'd only just removed it from NPM. That's right. Load-bearing function that runs the internet. Probably something like Strelen. Custom Strelen. We get a decent type system. Best I can do is a 20-line third-party dependency with 160 million weekly downloads to tell you if something is a number. Unless you have a ton of sprites on screen. Rounding error, right. Even worst, prefetch flush makes it slower. I need to see 1,000 sprites on screen before I draw a conclusion. Sounds fair. No. Well, do you know what? We'll leave that one in because why not? And then before we do any of that, let's oh, good lord. Hello there, Mary Chan. Thank you for jigging in. How are you doing today? Compile data equals percent lane not helping. You would start. You're not helping. And then dot compile data lane. Lovely. That's right, isn't it? Yes. Yes. And then there's some sort of sanity checking. Guess we'll put it up here. It's all sanity checking. It's not a sprite. I know what I mean. I know what I mean. Well, probably should check that against the plane, really. Alright, we'll end up printing it out 1,000,000 times, but it's fine. Good. Do me a solid. Image data. Oh. That's what I meant. Bark, bark, bark. Meow, meow, meowdy. You'll say, even though I know nothing about soft game dev, just listening to your voice is very soothing. Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. It's less soothing when I'm shouting at the compiler, I imagine, but I shall take the compliment, certainly. Right, try and do it again. It's going to fill my log with guff. Well, that's not in hex now, is it? Like it might be. I mean, they don't look to be. What's weird is, though, when I first wrote this code, I was testing it on the turret sprite. And the first batch of data that it output looked, I don't remember if it was all zeros, but it was a little bit weird. But it was so early enough in writing the code that I thought, it's fine, the code will just be wrong. Actually, we shouldn't be using that sprite anyway, we should be using the turret sprite. And so that's, sorry, all the way around. I switched it over to a sprite with a more recognizable silhouette. So when we printed it out as ASCII art, it was obvious that it was reading the data correctly. So actually, that's making me think that maybe there's just something. Wait a minute. A sprite. Show yourself, a sprite. Show yourself. Grid. Grid, 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 grid. Grid, grid, grid. Grid, 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 grid. Come on, that's hard to say. I mean, you would get quite a lot of zeros to start with. Because it's skipping over 4 pixels, of course, because it's planar. I mean, it would even if it was linear, so I'm not sure how useful that is. Back to the log, back to the log, back to the log. Which is now full of crap. Actually, the thing I want to look for is now rather difficult to see. Okay, we need to take some crap out. God. Right, shut up. That one I want. Back to A sprite. One, two, three, four, 5. Well, it's 8, isn't it? It's 8 because that's how wide it is. 8. And then you get 16. No, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 4 in there. So you get 3. You'd get 32 just for that. I think it was counting 32. I think it's reading enough data. I think that might be what our problem is. Not convinced, but fine. Yeah, don't care about this pointer anymore. I think we've decided that's not relevant. Woot. Oh, itchy nose. I get rid of that and all. Don't care about any of the runs. I just want to see the data. Da, da, da. Tell me the data in all the frames, in all the planes. But also, we need to delineate them in some way so that I can tell where one ends and the next one starts. When you do it in your head with the actual data, does it make sense? I think part of it did. I think the issue is the reason I've just changed what we're logging there is because I want to see full output of all the numbers for what it thinks is an entire frame, because I have a suspicion that it's not reading an entire frame. We feel the logging delay there. It's a big old bunch of zeros. Saw some. There it is, plane 1. Okay, it's quite adamant. There is, in fact, looking at that, that's fairly obviously zeros all the way down. Yeah. Okay, so it's not the amount of data then. I could be wrong. Where do we first start getting non-zeros? That's now frame 1. And now you've stopped highlighting them, thanks mate. That's now frame 2. There. So plane 1 of frame 2 is the first non-zero pixel, according to this code. That sounds like BS to me, but let us see where there is a 183. A sprite is not on the stream. There it is. Show me color 18. Can I not type a number in? I can't type a number in. I've got to find 183. 183 is that very dark looking color there. Okay. Go away. Fine. Why have you put a weird little white pixels there? That's annoying me. That's not real. There's just smut on the image now. Anyway, 183 there. That is not plane. What did that say? Let's say plane 1. Yeah, that's weird. Sprite's got to get there. It is. That's not plane 0 or 1. None of these are on planes. But it's not frame 0. So that's kind of interesting in two ways, because it's found a 183, but it didn't find it in this frame. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Hang on. I remember what the complication was with this. Sentry doesn't do linear frames like that. Sentry has frame lists, so frame 1 isn't, or frame 0 isn't necessarily the top left one. That's a normal one. Okay, so animation 0 is a single frame, and it's frame 0. Animation 1 is a frame list of 30 frames, which does start at frame 0. Okay, so the first animation is frame 0. And even the fact that it's only one frame long shouldn't matter, because there are clearly some non-zero pixels there, because I can see them. So there's definitely something peculiar happening here. It's picking up some of the pixels, but not all of them. It must be skipping over pixels. Which, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense why this doesn't work, but the other sprite appeared to, because the other sprite is this big fat guy. And so even if we did skip over pixels, we're extremely unlikely to skip over that entire frame, whereas that is much smaller. And so it is conceivable that we might accidentally skip over the whole thing. Okay, this is good. We're getting somewhere. Right, back to the top here then. That's not telling us anything, that's just zeros. What are we doing in this here loop? We are looping across every row in the height of the sprite. We are then looping across the width of the sprite in words, which would be 8. Are we doing anything silly with either of these? Are we incrementing them in? Hello, I did not mean to pull that up. Good. Are we incrementing that inside the loop anywhere? Don't think we are. I think that's the end of the loop, yep. And the other one we're not either, are we? Reading from it there, but I don't think we're writing it anywhere. No. Words, frame height times. Is that the right size? Because we write a data length words value. How do we calculate that in the image? That is not how we do that. That's how we do that. Data length. Why, it's data length divided by 4. Row width of the plane. Width words. So the data length is. Wait a minute. Why are we dividing that by 4? That's already. Oh, that's pixels. Okay, fine. Yeah, divided by 4 because 4 planes. All right. Actually, no, that's still mildly controversial. Data length for words is width of a plane times the height divided by 4. That seems right. But then I'm calculating that. Get off. Is it frame words? No, it's not, is it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, but we're just not offsetting. Yeah, we're not accounting for the stride. That's all this is. Oh. No, how did it work for the saucer then? Hey, sprite back on the screen again. Saucer. Come to think of it, I vaguely remember the ASCII art that it printed out seemed to have the shit. Didn't mean to do that. It seemed to have the pointy ears, but it didn't have the antenna, so it wasn't correct. Okay. I mean, that would seem to be wrong either way. We should, at the end of this loop, yeah. Oh, I suppose after all, less curve. Resetting all of that. And then we should also be, well, we don't have to do it there, we could do it here. It would make more sense here. We'll do it at the end, it's fine. It's fine, it's all fine. You. Where am I going? Down here. That's you, right? And it's this. No, it's not. It's that one. Right. I was right the first time. So at that point, we want to say that should be offset by the stride of the image minus the width of the frame. Right. Dot image. Dot. Isn't image data a pointer? Pretty sure image data is a pointer. It's a pointer. I'll do that myself, shall I? Visual Studio. Right. That's right. Image date. Line shift? No? Well, I suppose it's data length words, isn't it? Because, yes, data length of the whole image. Right. Yes, okay. Good. It's that minus sprite. Frame with words. Well, crikey, that even seems like it might be right. The most famous of the last words. Yo. Right. What is this status? Big load of numbers, probably. But are the numbers less silly yet? They don't. Oh no. Yeah, they're still looking fairly silly. Tell you what we should do. We should say. Print it out if it's not reading zero. Because I don't care about the zeros. Also, it's frame, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, that's still not right. These numbers even right? Let's run it again. Filter all the zeros out. So I feel weirdly like that gave us the same result, which can't be true. Oh, excuse me. Shall be needing more tea soon. Where's the scroll bar? There it is. Yeah. So it's still not finding any pixels for quite a long time. A very long time. Well, that's just silly. Not some 78s there, though. Yeah, that's almost as silly as just telling me there are only zeros. Yeah, that's just nonsense, isn't it, really? 48s and 1s. That's a kind of interesting pattern. 48 and 1. Cute. Squidging it. Weird. Okay. We need some other stuff printed out here. We need you to shut up for a minute. And then that is happening when I think it's happening, isn't it? Yeah, just after that. Do we have incremented that? So actually that's probably off by one. But that again doesn't account for the silliness that we're seeing. Vanilla is ice. Baby is you. No idea what that's a reference to. Oh, I thought I was completely missing a reference then. I was like, wow, that's gone completely over my head. It was meant to. That's fine. Do what? You what, mate? To be very British about it for a moment. British. Data length words is 0. You chatting shit, mate. What's that about? Just completely flabbergasted by that. My flabber is entirely gasted. How can you... Am I printing out the right value? Get over there. Data length words. And we saw that very thing being set. That's in create, not in load. Oh, tell me where you've used this. That's in create. Okay, so how do we do the load? Do we create and then fill it in? Or do we just never set that value on loaded images because of an oversight? Okay, good. It's all good. It's all fine. Okay, no image. Well, I tell you what, let's look for, instead of data length words, data length must surely, yes, okay. That's in load image header, right. So data length and width words are both set, but not data length words. Because actually, now that I come to look at that code, what would data length words even mean? And yet we set it when we create images. Who wrote any of this code? It was me. Oh, Okay, good. I mean, width words will do then. Why was I obsessed with data length words? Now that I come to actually read my own code, why am I using that in the first place? That's not the right thing, is it? This is how this code gets bad, because the guy writing it's a moron. Width words, not data length words. That would be silly. And I think this even should be -1 anyway, but let's see. Oh, hello. Ron is playing Velvet Is You and was wondering what to do with the word ice. And I made a joke and followed how the game does it. Do you know what I thought of Baba Is You? Vanilla Ice Ice Baby, yes indeed. Very good, very good. I don't think I've ever... Oh, crikey, I nearly pulled my ear out and grabbed the headphone cable. I've never actually played Baba Is You. It's one of those games I've seen played about 1 billion times, but I've never actually played it myself. Here we go. Now then. Oh, I'm not printing out any value, am I? No, I still am, but they're not there. It's still giving me bullshit. Oh, so you're saying there's no pixels in it at all now? Well, that helped, didn't it? Really fixed that. Or did I? I might have commented that out, actually. I commented it out. Panic over. Don't panic, Mr. Manring. Right, take that out again. Back it again. Fine. Do that again. One afternoon. That looks a bit more sensible. 48, 5, 2, 12. We'll see about those numbers. 48, 5, 2, 12. 48, 5, 2, 12. Get over there. You. Ah, but it's not printing out any zeros. Okay, so plain 0, the first pixel that isn't 0 is at 48. I don't know. What colour is that? That's 5. Wasn't 5 the other one it said? 48, 5, 2, 12. Let's go back again. 48, 5, 2, 12. That's a 5. That's a 2. That's a 12. So I don't know where the 48 came from, unless there's a 48 hidden in here somewhere. Oh, I think there might have been one on the end of it. Ah, there it is. Okay. Looks like it's doing the right thing then. Okay. Those numbers satisfy me enough. So let's get rid of... Do you mind, police sirens? That's just rude. Oh, okay, there's an ambulance. I'll forgive you. Right, get rid of that. Get rid of that anyway. And get rid of that. What other guff do we need to rid of? Anything else in here? No, that's everything. Right, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. You. Come out. Now, bearing in mind that I think there may still be an off by 1 error here, I'm going to try this again. We got the colour, we got the run length, we're printing them out. We are, well, do you know what? Yeah, alright, I'm going to leave the login. I'm not going to leave one in. That's too noisy. That is enough log. I'll regret that later. And then, whether this works or not, I'm going to reward myself with a cup of tea and a biscuit. Oh, gosh. All the horns. Well, let's try something. It doesn't look like the pixel data is misaligned, so it is, however, clearly a bit slower, which possibly could be expected. Oh, of course it's slower. It's logging a whole ton of data. Yeah, okay, that's not a very accurate test. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Let's get rid of that. Because, yeah, we shouldn't really be seeing slowdown in DOSBox. It's a bit serious. 86 box, almost certainly, but DOSBox, no. Oh, I forgot about my cup of tea and my biscuit. Well, that's something to look forward to in another 2 minutes. That's how I get from one bug to the next, you know, just the promise of future cups of tea and biscuits. That's a bit better. He's facing the wrong way because we don't support flipping yet in compiled sprites, but it's a little bit slow though because he's still flickering occasionally. How's it we're shooting? Will work all right. I mean, other bits are corrupting, but they always did. Fix those later. Now, one thing that is a bit of an issue at the moment is that it doesn't animate because I broke enemies' abilities to see the player at some point in the last week and I haven't fixed it yet. So it means they never start animating to shoot at you, which we could do with seeing because that will also break. Because he doesn't erase himself ever at the moment. Because we still need to figure out how erasing is going to work with compiled sprites. Anyway, that is for future me when I have a cup of tea and a biscuit. Back in a minute. Right, back again. What was I doing other than wittering about tea? Oh yeah, so we've got basic drawing working. Could probably be, in fact, could certainly be optimized, but works enough for now. Don't need that anymore. We're already doing it. Got an open question about how we do the arrays, because we could sort of do it in a sense, kind of like an inverse of the draw, where we do a sort of a compiled version of the background. Does that make sense? No, what I just said doesn't make any sense. It's definitely getting late in the afternoon. Okay, let's go back to main, aka the to-do list. We've still got a bunch of other corruption issues that we need to deal with, but they're sort of small potatoes really, because the big one is we're always going to have problems with corruption when we have certain combinations of overlapping sprite. So the whole idea this morning was to investigate using dirty rectangles to redraw backgrounds and whatever behind sprites. But with the current version of how the sprite rendering worked, that would involve, as soon as you erased something and said this rectangle's dirty, we need to redraw all the bits of sprite that were behind. As soon as you did all of that, it would start doing a whole boatload of compositing, which would be really slow and not a particularly sensible solution to that problem. So that's where I ended up going, unless everything was using compiled sprites, that would be much simpler. So that's how we got to where we are now. But there is still an open question about, having drawn the compiled sprite, on the screen, how do you then efficiently get it off again? And I suppose we could just do it the same way as we used to be doing it, with sorry, didn't finish that sentence. I was going to say we could do it by just copying the background before we draw the sprite. The problem with that method is it will include any other overlapping sprites, which we don't want to do in this situation. So in fact, what we want to do is we want to reconstruct the background from the source tiles over on the CPU. Yeah. Okay. In fact, I think that's what was going to go there. Before I started streaming this morning, I never finished typing it. Okay. In fact, no, it is written there, isn't it? Because it's written there. Needs a fast background tile lookup. I did write it down. Okie dokie. It might be interesting as well to we could potentially do some look at some perf numbers now just to see how fast that compiled sprite is before we start looking at reconstructing backgrounds and dirty rectangles and all that business. Because if this whole thing about drawing a compiled sprite is particularly slow, then it's not worth pursuing this method. So, before we do any testing of any numbers, I'm going to have a quick look at this function and see if there's anything obvious that I would change to optimize it before we even start getting numbers. Really, the only thing that sticks out is these could just be straight pointers instead of array and offset, because we are just going to scan from one end to the other. We don't need random access. Okay, we can change that, I guess. So we should probably pull that out. Source data, source data. Oh, it's right there. Yeah. So in fact, you could just make it that, couldn't you? I mean, I guess essentially the same pointer, but whatever. It already is source data. Fine. Source data equals that. Let's just do that. Let's leave that in actually. Remind me which way around it is. Get rid of all this. I wonder if it would. I suspect we can probably do some experimenting around this mem set. Because you might be able to do things like if you've got a colour and the run length is like 4, then you might be better off writing a 32-bit int in one go rather than doing a memset. Yeah, memset's not going to be able to do that for you because it's not going to look ahead to see what bytes come next. Yeah, no, that's definitely something we'd have to test though to see whether it actually would be any faster. But for now, that's all fine. I was going to change that to pointer, which we've got up here. It's source data, so you can just say source data. That's like where. Does it even make any difference? Yay, that is not what I want to do. Where's that gone? There it is. Can't I just... It's correct, isn't it? Does the dereference happen before the post increment? It is a post increment. Let's see if the compiler even lets me. And then increment that as well. If color's not 0, set it. Move along by run length. Also source offset. Never mind that, in fact. We can say in data. Cannot say. I'm willing to bet that is no difference in performance. I bet that ends up producing remarkably similar assembly, but it made me feel better. All right, so what's a way of testing this speed? Because if it takes less than a millisecond, which I kind of hope that it did, though it may not, we won't be able to pick it up because we can only get millisecond precision. So what we might have to do is just call this function a zillion times and then measure that. Let's give it a go. Do what? You're looking for a string? I'm giving you a string. What are you complaining about? Are you being weird, Clang? Or is there an on-def at the top of this? There isn't. Maybe just being weird. I've also just lost that function. Where's it gone? There we are. Oh, time. Start. Am I misremembering how this function works? Apparently, yes, I am. That doesn't return anything. I could have sworn. Okay, guess that's not how that works. Good. Yeah. Yeah, you see, that's only doing one plane anyway. Yeah, this is not the right place to put this. But then this guy... Oh, this is upsetting. We are going to have to do a special case for this. Alright, fine. We'll continue with what we were doing, though I don't think it's going to give us very useful numbers. It's good. DOSBox is, I mean, I would hope DOSBox is not going to give us any terrible numbers. It is flickering a little bit though. It's a little worrying. Log, log, log. Okay, no, but it is saying 0, which is fine. Also, we've got that left in there. Does it ever say anything other than 1 occasionally? So those numbers are basically silly, but that's fine. We can't really rely on the numbers that DOSBox gives us anyway. I mean, we can't massively rely on the numbers from 86box, but we can rely on them more. Speaking of which, oh, it's not set up in OBS. 1 second. Studio mode. 86box. On studio mode. Lovely. No. Do the CD first. Do I need to update the resources? Maybe. Who knows? Just in case. Okay, it's pretty flickery. What do the numbers say? Zero again, but yeah, does not that meaningful. Because it's only a single plane, so we'd have to multiply it by 4 at least. Whatever value it was telling us. That is still. Oh, I didn't recompile, obviously. Okay, fine. Well, I suppose we could just do it the naughty way and just go, how about you do it 10 times? More biscuit. Oh, when the compiler finishes, but you're still eating biscuit. Now this ought to be horribly slow. Not nearly as bad as I would expect, actually. Almost disappointed. Really? Don't make me make you do this 100 times. By which I mean, let's make it do it 100 times. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Now we'll see some numbers. Okay, try. Where's my mouse pointing on? Try again. Now this should be extremely slow. I said that last time. That's a bit more like it. Now, talk to me of numbers. Hello, I've just thrown my pen across the room. I'm measuring the speed of the wrong thing. I've only just realised. Continuing to get zeros because I'm measuring the wrong thing. What an absolute buffoon. Probably don't need 100 of them, but we'll leave it in anyway. I thought it was a bit weird that 10 took the same amount of time. Pull my ear out again. Yep. I didn't update. I always forget to update. 86 box. That seems faster. Fine. Okay, now we've got some numbers. I can deal with numbers like that. 18, 17, 15. Safe to say there's less to draw in plane 3 then, because it's consistently faster. Interesting. Okay, but it's 18 milliseconds to draw one plane 100 times. So that would be 36 times 2, 72 milliseconds to draw a whole sprite 100 times. Well, not really, because sometimes it's faster than 18, but we'll say it's 18 times 4. 18 milliseconds per plane. Draws, which is roughly, that's not roughly, roughly, I found it eventually. It's a problem with using a Windows keyboard on a Mac. 72 milliseconds per sprite for 100 draws, which is about 0.72. That's right, isn't it? Divided by 10 by 7.2, divided by 100, you get 0.72 milliseconds per sprite per draw. Now, that's not a lot of time on its own, but multiply that by 4 or 5 sprites on the screen, then add in probably not as much time again, but add in some time for the arrays. It's doable, but it would be interesting to see. It would be interesting to compare with the previous method, really. Okay, now take that and party. So I'll get rid of all this. And this. Is there a way that we can reasonably because to do the previous method we'd have to measure the time taken to read the background, which is not going to be the shortest. We'd have to measure the time taken for the composite, which do I think that would take longer than the read? Might do. I'll be sure. But then the write ought to be the fastest of those 3. But we need to measure all 3 of them and add them together to get a real measure. And it's going to be kind of fiddly because we're drawing quite a lot of sprites at the same time. We could cheat. Could we? Yes, we could. We could say draw and then early out. I think that might cause problems. Yeah, that feels like it would break. We could test them individually and just add them up based across multiple tests. Yeah, let's do that. Just you. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 6. Stop. I mean, why not? We may as well just do this for all at the same time. We should be able to. Should we? They should largely be in the same ballpark, because all the sprites, as long as we don't shoot anything, all of the sprites are going to be the same size. The pickups aren't, they're 16. Damn. In theory, though, we should be able to pick those out based on the numbers. Let's just try it and see what happens. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Log on since composite start. Oh. Where is draw? It is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okie dokie. Tempted to turn off the compile sprite. No, we don't need to. We don't need to. This is going to run horribly. Oh, hello. 3 more properties found. Let's see. I bet all 3 of them are buy to let again. Reject the cookies. Unless they're real cookies, I don't want them. Hang on, let's do this. Date. Okay, so this is going to run like a bad thing. Yep, that's about right. What do the numbers say? It's quite a lot. Oh, it took 6 milliseconds then. Read background took 8. It's kind of horrendous, especially given that that took 2. That's a little strange. Not really sure what that's about. But I'll be nice and ignore the larger numbers. Go with the small ones. That's, what, 5 milliseconds to read the background, composite and draw. 10 times each. So divide that by 10, that's half a millisecond. Which is less than that. Assuming those numbers are accurate. If we go with the larger numbers, then that's potentially, that cannot be right. That's like 15 milliseconds. That's an entire frame. Oh, but it's multiplied by 10. I keep forgetting that. So it's somewhere between half and 1.5 milliseconds. Oh, are those read backgrounds the 16? The pickups, there's only 3 pickups. But it's by plane, so that's only 2 reads. I guess that's a good point. Yeah, this is okay. I've forgotten part of the maths here, haven't I? Because this is per plane. So, okay. Back to the numbers. This is 2 milliseconds to read the background of one plane 10 times. So for the whole thing, it would be 8 milliseconds. Divided by 10 is 0.8 milliseconds to read the background. That's actually horrendous. Is that accurate? it looks right. That's dreadful. Between 2 and about 8, wasn't it? 2, possibly 7. Have you woken up, Dora? It is 3:30 and thus not dinner time. Half an hour. Good girl. Right, 2 milliseconds. Or maybe 7. We're playing for 10 draws. Which is therefore 8 or 28 sprites for 10 draws. Don't need those comment lines anyway, and then that would be 0.8 or 2.8 per sprite for a draw. Okay, that. No, hang on, no, that's just the read. So then we need to do the composite. I was going to say that's comparable, but it's really not. Okay, so then the composite takes 2 or possibly 8, 6 there. The 2's got to be a smaller sprite. That's horrendous. It's commonly taking 8 milliseconds. Oh, but it's, I keep forgetting that's not per frame. Stop reacting to the numbers and just write them down. Okay, I'm going to go with the bigger numbers though, because I feel like the smaller ones are for smaller sprites. That's what that feels like. 7. So therefore 28. Therefore 2.8 per sprite per draw. Okay, so then the composite was, we think, 6. 6 milliseconds per draws, which is therefore 24. I've discovered the slash. That's therefore 2.4 milliseconds per sprite per draw. And then the actual draw would be 2, 1, 2, 1, 0. I mean, let's go with 2, shall we? It's probably 1 on average, but yeah, all right, let's say 1. Second playing 10 draws, which is therefore 4 milliseconds per sprite, and 10 draws, which is therefore 0.4 milliseconds per sprite per draw. Total. Jesus. 5.6 milliseconds per sprite. I don't feel like that can be true. Either that or this rendering code's much worse than I thought it was. I suppose it's never really been optimized. When the compositing has. Don't know. Mysterious. That is a wild difference. It is a wild difference, but it's doing a lot more though. So that compiled sprite is not How would we explain it? So the numbers for the compiled sprite are way lower than they will be, because all that number is accounting for is the draw. There is no, I mean, I was going to say there's no transparency, but that's kind of the point of a compiled sprite, is you don't need to deal with transparency when you're doing the draw. The problem is when, well, I mean, in theory, we could just use the same code, that read that we're doing there. We could just use that with the compiled sprites. And then in theory, that would get us a total of, what's that, 3.5 compared to 5.6, which is a huge difference. But 5.6 per sprite. I mean, that's 3 sprites maximum per frame. I'm not mad keen on 2.8 plus 0.72, if I'm to be honest with you. 3.5 per sprite. What's that? 5 sprites per frame. And it is an awful lot faster. Those are all 32 square, which are the bigger ones. So like projectiles, all of the special effects stuff is much smaller than that. So you'd get probably a square amount more of those. So that's not so bad. And perhaps it does fit, because as always, in all of this work, I am guided by what I consider to be the gold standard, which is Jazz Jackrabbit, which, when it's managing a decent frame rate, has about 2 sprites on the screen. You and an enemy. As soon as you got a second enemy on the screen, it's not going to manage 60 frames a second anymore. So maybe these numbers are fine. Intriguing. I think maybe we might be introducing a lot of smaller enemies. I think that might be a way forward here. God, it's no wonder DOS games never had big Amiga-sized sprites. Because we can't draw the bloody things. I had, I mean, it's vaguely related, but there's, you might have seen in the, where was it, in the enemy code, there is mention of loading a reactor sprite. There kind of isn't a reactor sprite in the game. It exists so that we can do collision detection on it. But the original plan when I first wrote this was there was going to be a great big reactor sprite. I think the plan was it was going to be 64 square. And you're going to fly around that and shoot at that while it animated at you. And yeah, did a fun little 3D model of it and whatever. And it was just impossible to render. Like a single 64K sprite was just out of the question. It couldn't draw it remotely fast enough on the 386. So I got rid of that pretty quickly. And so I guess that makes sense. You know, if you can't draw one 64 square sprite, then it's a bit much to expect to be able to draw, 4 32 square sprites. Which kind of matches with the numbers we're seeing there. So, yeah, maybe those numbers are fine. It's interesting, though. Especially because I'm quite convinced that I tried compiled sprites really early on in the jam, because it was something I'd never really written before, but I thought it might be faster to run length encode them, and I found it was much slower at the time. That's how I remember it going down anyway, which is a little odd. So maybe I just wrote terrible code the first time round. I think more likely I was probably comparing that against that on its own. That makes more sense to me, actually. I think I was probably thinking that because that doesn't do anything other than draw in theory, and so therefore you would just compare it against the draw. But of course that's an opaque draw, that's a transparent draw, so they're not really comparable. It's interesting though. It shows that it is worth pursuing, though, definitely. Because it looks like it's going to be a big chunk faster. It's quite exciting. Your dedication to the wider 386 community. I said it earlier, Beam, but it is pure, unadulterated ego. That is all it is. There is no point in me optimizing this game for a 386. No one cares except me. On a basic principle, I want my game as fast as Jazz Jackrabbit. I am not having Cliffy B making a faster game than me, even if he didn't write it. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So, okay, so where are we up to then? If we've got compiled sprites writing, so the next thing would be doity rectangles, which needs the fast background tile lookup, which is worth writing anyway because our world rendering code will use it. And the code that I have for the world renderer version is probably fast enough, but it's not very reusable. It may not be reusable. It may have to be written in the weird way that it is to be as fast as it is. But it would be nice if we could have a more generic, please work out what tile ought to be here and draw the third column of it or whatever. Because that solves another problem with the world renderer, which at the moment respawning doesn't work because of how the world renderer works. Because the whole point with the world renderer is that it's highly optimized to just draw the columns and rows that appear as you scroll. And so because of that, when you respawn, we teleport you across the level. And it has no idea what to draw in that situation. And so it completely screws up the level. And of course, that's really trivial. We're just meant to redraw the entire screen. But the functions that I've got for drawing tiles now would be really horribly inefficient to use to draw a whole screen. So that's kind of a side benefit of reinvestigating this, would be we might get something a little bit nicer to solve that problem as well. But then once we've got that, then we start really taking some time here. We will then start losing the gain that we would otherwise get here because, well, possibly we'd have to compare it against adding that in, because then what we'd be doing when we come to erase the sprite, rather than just splatting the background back in again, that we've read from the screen, what we'd have to do is we'd have to reconstruct the background by drawing. Dora is consistently meowing at me. I'm trying to ignore her the best I can. We'd have to reconstruct the background by redrawing the tiles from the CPU, or the tile from the CPU. It's going to be between 0 and 4 tiles, and then redrawing. I have foreseen a problem. I was going to say redrawing regions of the sprites that overlapped. That's going to be a problem because now that these sprites are compiled and they're literally just instructions of, how you get from the pixel at the top left to the pixel at the bottom right, you can't easily draw that clipped. And that suddenly rings a bell because I seem to recall Allegro says something very similar about how its compiled sprites can only be used if you don't intend to clip. Oh. So that means, I was wondering this earlier when I kept on saying that it was all right to do hacks for now for the compiled sprites because eventually everything will be a compiled sprite. That's not actually true. We're going to have to keep the... Dora's still screaming at me. we're going to have to keep the old rendering method as well. Or at least the old draw. Because we're going to need to do clipping with it. Okay. It's probably worth noting. So that means, I mean, we already do, but I was going to say, so that means we would have to keep the sprite, the raw image data, and the compiled data. But that's fine, we're already doing that now. So it just means we don't throw it away. Still need the old rendering method to draw clipped sprites. Oh. 2 buffers means 2 frames worth of drawing. It's true. I mean, that's the sort of the fun with this method is that now that there's no back buffer, I don't need to care too much about. Well, I can't care about what's in the other buffer because there isn't another buffer. It's just me and the screen. But it does mean that I've got to be a lot more wary of where the bean is. Present company accepted. Okay. All right. Am I going to check stuff in? I might be about to check stuff in. Is it worth checking any of this stuff in? Probably not yet. I will regret that decision later, but I'm not going to check any of that in. All right, so I'm probably going to call it there. Who can we raid? Doopy-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doopy-doo-doo-doo. Trip. Oh, shush, Dora. Goodness me. What amazes me is it's such a desperate meow. Oh my god, I can't believe you aren't giving me dinner. It's the saddest crime anyone ever heard. Every single meal. Right. You're forgetting you only have one. Well, I don't have any back buffer. I've just got the front buffer, so to speak. If you do any screen space effects that are time-based, you will need to update the second buffer instead of just copying it. Not sure what you mean. I'm failing to find anybody to raid. Browse. Not sure either. I'm still sorting out my head. Yeah, fair enough. That's very much how this works. It must be this. I'm certain it's this. Oh no, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. I'm still failing to find anybody to raid. Come on, there must be somebody here. What about this person? I've not raided this person before. How long have they been on? Oh, 4 hours. Okay. Doesn't look like they're stopping though. Okay, fine. Let's raid this person. Okie dokie. Raid. Have I spelled that right? I have. Oh, Okay, right. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I will be shut up, Tara. For the love of God, stop meowing at me. My goodness, does anyone want a cat? I've got one going spare, and one going spare as well. Right. What was I even saying? Yes, thanks for hanging out. I will be back at least next Tuesday, perhaps before. And we're going to raid Castmates Games, who is doing something in. Is that Godot? I can't quite tell. It's quite low res on my screen. But anyway, let's go raid them. I'll see you all next time. Ta-ta. I forgot there's a delay. I've said ta-ta now and then there's a delay. Awkward. Are we done? There we are. Okay. Ta-ta again.